Hello, we are back. Hello, hello, we are back. I'm so sorry for that. My computer just went on me. Went nope. Oh. My apologies. Welcome back, welcome back. We had a small scuff incident. Ads have been snoozed for 5 minutes. Now, I have... Things are fixed. I went over to my partner and got him for this, so there's gonna be scuffy scuff things today, apparently. Not a stream if it's not scuff. There's no scuff, there's no stream, is there? Not really. Okay, let's see. I made absolutely sure that I have everything. And some of you are in ads, and why is my start game pending? What? Oh. Are we seriously gonna be doing something this stupid again? It's being stupid. Stupido. Things are being stupid today. It's being very stupid today. Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay, we're good, we're good. Yes, 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 yes. Oh. No, okay, we got the wheel of death. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. We be back, and we are back for more. Whew. Where's everything set? No, so we're just sitting here waiting, looking pretty. So everything should be up to date for right now. So it should be working. If not, then we'll just change the freaking play. But I want to play this game today. The computer is saying no. And the game is saying no. And I'm sitting here going, huh? Excuse you? But I want to play this game. Everything's saying no. Wait a minute. Wait just a darn minute. Okay, okay. Try this again. Alright. Alright. Okay, we got this guy again. The bug of death. Bug of death. Oh. It freaking worked! And how tight is leaving in 1 minute. There's no point in doing this right now. There's literally no point. Because I can see the timer and it leaves in like 50 something seconds, so it's like literally no point. So I'm gonna see if the other area is the same. Or if it's longer. Or if we just have to like wait for the next one and we just do get some aspects in that case. So I'm gonna look at the aspects for this build. Actually, you know what? No. Leveling build. We're gonna get a different build for Sorcerer when it comes to getting to the level. I'm hoping that we could Altai straight off the bat, but apparently that was not in the cards. And also, scuff things. Yay! Computer needs to be freaking. Oh, world boss is in 35 minutes. 34 minutes. Yep, there it went. Goodbye. Okay. Hmm. 45. Hmm. Ooh, actually. I'm not going to be seeing chat for a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and see about something. Boy. It's around Kyoto. Yeah? 3. Um, 15. Five. That's fractured. There are a few we haven't gotten yet. I found one, but it's all the way up in Hope's Light. Let's just get the one, at least. But since we aren't doing Helltides currently for right now, I am going to go ahead and do some
Haven't sent the boats out since before the
side quests. Because, you know, why not? Since we're already here to begin with, we might as well just go ahead and get a few of these done. Not to mention that getting some of these...
The whale was on us for days. It was my best mate.
Alright, let's kill some drowned. Shall we? Get some herbs. Well, no, we need the herbs for, like, potion upgrading. Oh, Helltide is up. Sweet! Absolutely. Wonderful. Wunderbar. Works for me. Oh, we just gotta justify because Helltide comes in. Oh.
I'm not ready yet.
Wait, what is that? Why is this just a... what? That is so good. Okay, let's go over here.
I'm not ready yet.
Wee. Son. Nope. I won't do that. Oh, hi.
I need time to prepare.
Nice. Doing a side quest, minding my own business, and get pushed into a Helltide. Yeah, it's not a day at the office. Whee! Alright, let's see. All the way up there. Damn. Oh, okay. It's like, surprise! That worked. Alright, let's see. Just gonna do the side quest while we're in the Helltide, because why not? Yeah. Ooh, the lag. Yum. Oh, 43? Well, thank you! first.
I'm not ready yet.
Our ship kissed.
I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare. Not this one. I need to keep looking.
Some of these are so stupidly laid out. Damn. A big boy.
I need time to prepare that. I need to keep looking.
Can't do anything, huh?
I need time to prepare that. I need to keep looking.
Fergus, I send this letter from a far shore you will never see. Little makes me happier knowing so. The bottle consumed you long ago. Took what little sense washed around that head of yours. I couldn't stand it no more. The whinging, the pissing about. I'll leave Marrowan, my home, to be free of you. Free of your misfortune. I'll wash my hands of you.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Ooh, hello.
I need time to prepare that.
Ooh, level 44. Sweet! There, down you go. Right. Let's see if we can't get those 300 demons called.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. out of mana once again. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do the mastery on my own.
I need time to prepare that.
Well, at least I'll get something for my efforts. Anything else? I was on fire. Fire ship is. Nope.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, Jesus. Close my window. It's really windy today. A lot of wind.
I need time to prepare that.
Right, getting there, getting there. Certain. Right.
I need time yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Okay, at least I'm not alone.
I'm not ready yet.
That's good.
I need time to I need time to prepare that.
Alright, let's see. Woo!
I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that.
So it.
I cannot carry more.
Man. Let's drop this one. Damn, he started the ritual again. Damn, dude. I got to go. God damn it.
I need time to prepare that.
I would like to, like, get my inventory emptied. Before I start committing to another ritual. Ah, we're doing good. We got to level 44. Damn, almost 45. We're doing good. Okay, let's see about our blacksmith. Let's see what kind of aspects we've got. Stay, the door's open. Aspect.
Better than starting from nothing.
This one's worse than what we already have, including that one, so... There. It's worse.
What's left, you ask?
Worse. But we can get some aspects of it. Okay, on the other note, we're gonna dismantle everything that's below 6.
What's still got some good in it?
Wait, below 10, let's say that.
Better than starting from nothing. What's still got some good in it?
So we put these here. They like have. I'm not sure what to do. We did make some gems just because the quest line told us to. That's beside the point. We're gonna go ahead and sell a few of these other things.
Potables. What needs have you?
Quest line. Let's see. Yes, over here. There. Because we do actually need to use gold to like get this. As you can see, 400,000, that was 100, then 2, then 3, and now 4. That stuff. But I am gonna go back to the Hell Tide and try and get some ranks up with the wolves. Hopefully it'll still count. Oh, is the thing already open? Oh.
I need time to prepare.
Oh, we can at least just pick up these. Oh, I'm lagging again. And then we could just sell them or whatever. Oh, hi, what's this?
I'm not ready yet.
45! Hell yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
I'll check on the abilities later. Just not right now. What? Oh yeah.
I'm not
I
ready
did run
yet.
through here earlier. Yeah, there was the Wolf's Honor. Got a little bit more. Let's see.
I need time to prepare that.
Now we're just gonna go here and turn in the quests.
Thank you.
Just the door is open. Look at it.
Misfortune? Me?
How is that?
Here's what's left.
Okay, so there's... We do need to go to the tree. Where was that? Oh, here it is. I do need to go check with the wolves as well. Hopefully I get like a pet piece. I just didn't want to put on the one. Like, sure, it was an upgrade, but I lost a lot. Okay, abilities though. Okay, let's see. Inner flames. Do I have them 3? No, I do not. That's what we need. Alright.
It is done.
Oh, come on. Okay. Maybe a better chest piece wouldn't hurt. Chest plate. No. Damn. Nice. Ooh. Oh, here's another one. Dismantling all these. Let's go back to the town because I know there's a blacksmith there. Like, eh. Okay. He wasn't even that far. Like, maybe he's a little far. Nope.
I cannot salvage that.
Oh. Yeah, sorry. Rare. Yellow is rare. Okay, next, we're gonna go here. Iron Wolves encampment. We do have 2 quests apparently. Oh, that is actually pretty nice and detailed. Cool.
The Iron Wolves are being hunted by a demon.
Nice. Got that one. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That one, the barrier. There he is. You know what, I'm gonna save the secrets because of reasons. I don't want to dismantle them if
That looks
I
warm.
don't have to.
I can fix it.
Secrets are better than normal legendaries for obvious. Okay, we're level 45, so we can upgrade our potions.
When is there not trouble?
Is there Guardians of the Pit, huh? Okay. That's not that far.
checked everywhere, sir.
Do I? That boy's got more sand than sense.
Asa, please. Your wounds are...
Generous. You can bind them again when I return.
Interesting. I don't want to... see that one because it's in a dungeon. Not right now. Let's see. We were all the way up here, and there is something here that I would like to get, but I need to... me... some potion upgrades. So there'd be that little tidbit. Damn. Okay, let's see. I would like to get a better headpiece for myself.
Fair bit of magic in that one.
That exceeds my funds.
I don't have enough.
Until next time.
Let's see.
Need something forged?
I would like to try and get up here. That'd be a little difficult with the hell type. No, should have got away. Okay, it just dismounted me. Yes, step in my fire. Ooh.
not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Goblin! Yeah, got him. Ooh, this is gonna hurt.
There's a lighthouse out on the rocks. But why is its beacon unlit? I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet.
Inter.
Out of mana. I need time to prepare that.
Yes. Splendid area. Closely. Alrighty, let's see. Here. Alrighty. Let's see. Oh, two people.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Go. Let's see. Shenanigans. Can't see a darn thing. I wonder what this way. Oh,
I'm not ready yet.
we found the altar of Lilith that we were missing up here. So that's really good. Wonderful. Thank you, I'll take that, absolutely. Okay, let's see. Oh, wrong thing. One thing. Alright, let's continue and let's clear this place. Shall we?
I'm not ready yet.
46, let's go!
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. need time to prepare that.
Sweet. All right. Let's ignite it. Oh, yeah. Oh, wonderful. Alright, now we can actually get our ability point. Let's see. Get Inner Flame again. Alright. Ooh, claim that. Sweet. Oh yeah, this is the sounds. That's what it is. Hey, let's check. Oh. I didn't even... Oh my goodness, I didn't even claim these. What? Okay. And we're gonna go... I really like that outfit. Alrighty, let's see. Oh my god. What the heck? Okay. Goddamn. Let's see. So we got those. This is what we got on the battle pass, apparently. I'm not gonna save it, I'm just like checking it out. Why is it still saying that I have things up? Don't I know? Shush. There. Okay. We can get some from the vendor. Let's see.
Father bless. What do you need? You can take what's left. That's good salvage. Hey, my partner, come back if you need work.
I'm not gonna start crashing gems until I absolutely have to. Okay, we're gonna go here. We're gonna see if we can't get a better helm.
A fair bit of magic in that one. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, bad luck. Try again.
Alright, let's see what we got. Not so more. Sheesh. Ah, alright. Come on. Oh my god. Can you not do this to me? I didn't receive it. This is mildly annoying.
ready yet.
Turn this in, see what we get out of this.
Ah, well done.
Why?
I can break that down.
It's only 2, so... What a bother. Let's see.
What is this?
Where is he?
He hired an outsider to...
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Feed the crows, you bastards. Let's hope their friends find them rotting in the sun. It's time they feared the Iron Wolves again. We should report our victory to the captain. See you back in camp, eh?
He did. And he'll...
Yeah, let's see. No, we found a letter, and it's part of a quest, so we might as well just hand it in. I mean, it can't hurt, right?
This thing looks like...
Always smart to buy surprise inventory.
Yes, we can actually go from here. Alright. Let's go. I don't really care about the portal, I just want to get to where I need to go. First way?
Hellborn, a knight of the cathedral, by my eye. We are not the demon's only target. Because we all fought at Chaldeum?
not ready yet.
Close. I can smell its foul breath on the air. What will it offer me? What could it possibly think I would accept?
I'm not ready yet.
Demon, you called me here and I came. What bargain would you strike? What is my soul worth to you? You want to give me our city? Chaldean?
I do not understand.
She would breathe life back into Chaldean. Every brick returned to its mortar. Every guard returned to her post. She would give the wolves our lost heart. And all I must do is give my own heart as payment. But I will not. I will never. I am a captain of the Iron Wolves, and I am not alone.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. Out of here once again.
Sweet. Come on, pick up. All right. Ooh, got a helm. Sweet. Guess that's good. No.
Yes. We won.
There we go.
No Iron Wolf has ever truly.
Okay, next is 10. Alright.
Asa, please. Your wounds are still fresh.
You can bind them again when I return.
There.
Okay, that was a cosmetics piece. Hmm? Outsider's over here, right? But there's that. Hmm. Let's check some shrines of Lilith. Need that one that's here. One's down here. Another that's here. Anyone here? Yeah. Alright. Let's see.
The hammer sings on your return.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Need to go to the battle. Alright, we are back. That felt better. Although I'm not so sure that I want to continue on Diablo right now. Also, I'm getting really hungry. It is actually lunchtime. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and take my food break. Because I really would rather eat. So we're gonna go ahead and put... And then I'll be back to play some of the games. My stomach is growling at me. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do this. Alright. As normal, find words from the mixed letters. Use the chat to solve the anagram. Found a word, guess again when the padlock opens. Those are the rules. I wish you luck. Have fun. I'll see you soon. We are back! Alright, let's get out of that. So, let's see, what I want to play. I'm not much feeling up for, like, any sort of... Just trying to figure out what to play. Let's put it. Like, what to play, though. Like, sure, Diablo 4 is fun and all, but it's just one of them. Oh, what the heck. Play some Dawnlands. It is a free to play. It's actually a lot of fun. I kind of zoned out for a little bit after eating, so that's why I took a little longer. I just want to see what we can do in Dawnlands. It's like absolutely wonderful to play Diablo 4, but sometimes you just want to switch it up, you know? Oh, the lag is real. It's real today. Okay, so I still need to go there. Let's see. It's an empty chest, so I'm just getting like the material that they give off. In that time. Rusty! The door is open. Oh no. Let's see. Things. On. Nice. Alright, level 8. Sweet. Don't have these on me. I haven't gotten them yet. Hang on. Get medic. Sweet. Alright, let's see. Overloaded. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to actually go back home. Darn it. Okay. Let's see. What do I do now? 5 hours, okay. That's fine. Not that door. Oh, you know what? Fix door. It's not this, it's this one. There we go, now I can make the copper sword. Yay! And we need... It's good to have another one. Alright. Let's see, I would like to go back home and then just place a bunch of things out of the way. Because I would like to go exploring, but I would like to have some amount of space. That being said, okay. Let's see. I need to actually get a few things before I even start thinking about that. Get a few more recipe pages and stuff. Actually think about what I need to do. Yeah, we can awaken. Sweet! Totally forgot to do this when I got here. Please. Through this. Uh-huh. Let's see. Damn. That was a lot, actually. Okay. Sweet. That. Oh. All right. I think I'm gonna keep the HP one. Actually, kind of like that. Having a little extra HP. Okay, what's up here? Nothing? Are you kidding? You're joking, right? Oh boy. So Wyatt have a quest for us. No, it does not. Okay, we need to go there. So let's see. I wonder who has the quest for us. Let's like I see a quest. I'm like, where? Where is it? Where are you hiding? Did we already do that one? Oh, we did. Okay, let's see. Alright, we're going the right direction. Oh yeah, I got this mount because I was getting a little annoyed by not getting recipes, and I was like, $5. Okay, fine. Not even that, it was actually $1, really. Let's see. A little bit more to the right. Okay, here we are. So we got this unicorn mount. Like, okay. Yeah, I did. I was like, I don't want to play Diablo right now. And I did not. Really? Sweet. Found coin. Always good. Always good. Alright, let's see. Doing flame arrows? Yes, we do. Sorry. About that. We're gonna go upstairs. Again. This thing. Wow. Sweet, more coin. Wonderful. Alrighty. Let's see. Coins. Absolutely take that. Okay, let's see. We're gonna go ahead and use that. Oh, that a big boy. Okay. Ooh. Hello. Goodbye. Sweet. Wonderful. Okay, did I miss anything in the doorway? Okay, what's in the chest? Sweet. Right. Alright, let's get out of here. Leave my horse alone. Ooh, what this? Sweet. Oh, hello. Oh. Sweet. There's another chest in here. Oh yeah, it's freaking cool. Okay, let's see. Need the deer hide. Oh, okay. I need to sanctify more things. So I need to find some purple thingies. Okay, found one. Yeah, that's not enough. Okay. So I'll go home so I can get some things away. Let's see. Still don't have enough of those. Okay, there's really windy. Okay, we got a lot of recipe pages now. So let's try using some of these. Okay, let's see. No, what I want to do is I actually want to build a better house, so something I definitely want to do. Okay, let's do that. Move a few things first. We're gonna move the chests outside. And the workbenches. That horse is still stuck there. I removed the fence, but it was like, nah, I'm just gonna glitch here. We're just putting these things outside, and then we're gonna demolish the entirety of this. We're also gonna demolish the bed. Well, so we're gonna go ahead and demolish everything. Oh my goodness. It's a lot of stuff. Okay. Start building. Ah, insufficient material. Okay. So we got this one and this one. We got two. I probably shouldn't have done that, but here we are. Oh well. Yes. Of course we got an achievement. Of course we did. Oh, we reached level 30. Sweet! Let's freaking go. Ooh. Okay. Oh, we don't want that. Alright. Sweet. This is going very well. Alright. Let's see. I feel like I made a mistake. Nope. There we go. And let's see. Where? I think a ladder would be better. Let's see. Nope. Not better. Unless the trying to make it look nice. Stairs. Alright, there we go. Now we can see. Darn it. We're gonna need more. At least we're building some stuff. Good. Okay, now we're gonna need more. I'm gonna go ahead and get more. I'm just going for bigger trees just to get more material. I am trying to hit this stump and it won't let me. Manually, but whee. Alright, let's continue building. So I can get everything back in here. Okay, I'm just gonna get 10. Oh, we can get a copper mirror. I also get a better cloak. I am gonna have to get more material again. That's fine. What we're gonna have to do anyway. I am on the other hand going to move stuff up here. Huh? What is okay? What? I'm sorry, I didn't even see the message down. Well, I'm okay with it. I'm just not sure how long I'm gonna be on stream for, so it's also kind of like the thing. Okay, hang on. I'll be right back. okay. Now that was my friend Baldy. He was asking if my partner was home. And I was like, he said he didn't see any bike, and I was like, did you check for the shoes? I was like, no. There was no answer. Check for the shoe. I am going to put up more chests, but it's going to be a while. I'm gonna be doing a lot of remodeling today. I want to like get certain things in order. This. Not quite. What the? I don't understand. There. Okay. I'm just gonna do this. We are gonna make a bed, don't worry. I do place things first. I want to build stuff and all those things. Okay, going it. Nope, not that. Oh. Build one more, and then we're gonna go. Let's see. Oh, okay. I'll take it. Oh, for the love of... Stop. Alright. We are gonna need so much more. Okay, next. Empty, so we can just demolish it. Alright, the one. Hit the ground, stupid, not the... There, thank you. Are you... Can't even get that. Wait. Wooden enclosure. Okay, hang on. Maybe we can actually. Oh. You know what? check on the back. Let's see if this is enough. At least for the moment. What the? Okay, I need to move the chest side. Hey, let's see. Okay, let's see if this is enough. Now I want to actually put one thing in and have just that in one chest. Or at least try to. Anyway. Okay, so, like this. I can have these two together. Okay, this can go with the copper. These can go here. This falls from the. This drops from the same thing. can go together. Hang on, guys. Alrighty, let's see. We're just marking them so we don't have to look every time for everything. There. Hmm. Yeah. I think I lost my weapon box. Why is that not here? Okay, there it is. Whew. A little scary. Not nice. Okay, let's see what we got. Craft. Ooh, nice. We have a teleportation potion, so might as well use it. Not the horse. Alright, let's go in and see what we can find. Actually... What does it tell me to go in this dungeon and get stuff when I'm like, hello? Can't get any more here. Like, what would you like me to do? That hammer, though. There is literally nothing else here. It's like, oh, you're so brave hitting me, and now when I hit back, it's like, run away! These guys. Hello! Servius, thank you for the posture check. I appreciate you. What? Okay, you. Okay. Sweet. They're just popping up from nowhere. Okay, let's see. Nice. Okay, 9.3. Let's see. Change that. Five. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Savius. I appreciate you. I did not know how much I needed that. No! I can't even make it here, can I? Nope. I need to go home and make it. No! Not okay. Let's see, where are we? Gee. Alright, let's see. I know where the area is that says I need to get to. No. We need to sanctify things anyway, so it's like... eh. Okay, 9.7. Hey, Scorpion. 9.9%. Typical, right? And Scorpion, I'm not sure how long I will be streaming today. I am feeling a little tired and groggy. Hmm? I think we found our last one. Yes, we did. Okay, so we rebuilt our house. We got what we needed to do done. All is well. That time. So I actually have been busy in Minecraft. So it took me 3 days to find one place. And I ain't kidding when I say it's a long ass way and I had to build that road. Shit. Oh, come on. Really? Every bloody freaking time. Oh, I will be right back. Alrighty. There you go. Alrighty. So I did a lot of work on Minecraft the other day. Now with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and
girl, do your worst. Go and say you'll leave, it told me nothing. Find me a hearse. Only way you're winning this if I'm dead. But it comes around the karma spade, and then I know that you'll get what you deserve. The more I try to run, the less that I can. Sharpen your blade. Love when I'm bleeding, taking away everything but breathing. No, I can't stay. Rip me to pieces. I see that you hate me, but you know that you could tear me limb by limb. I would never break open. but it comes around the corners waiting in and all.
I am logged in. What the fuck is this shit? Oh, come on. Really? In Microsoft Works PC.
You know that you could tell me them by them. I would never break up and I could never let you in. You could tell me, you could tell me them by them. Baby, I would take that risk. Ain't no matter what.
Don't fucking tell me that I need to. Goddamn.
There's a war up in my head, an imbalance in my chest.
I'm trying to freaking get on Minecraft and do stuff, but no!
Every night I haven't slept.
Goddamn.
Getting over what was said.
Okay, can I play the game now? Is that allowed?
Everything that I see, the shirt that I wear, to the air that I breathe. I tend to wonder the person I be.
Okay, I'm getting real tired of that door.
You were gone with the breeze. Cleansed by your composure, healed by your thoughts. Never thought I'd get over, like it or not. Looks like I found my way into the arms of an angel, holding my breath on every word that you say. So if you think that I'm distant, it's the strength of your touch, how it pulls me away like
I'm going to refill my water bottle.
if I ask you to hold me, swim in your arms, will you catch me from falling? If we lose our spark, I'll search for answers. Will somebody help me? They say the choice is mine, right? Don't know if I'm ready, but I'm ready enough. Trust is something you can buy. Build it up or let it die, and it consumes my every night. But why? 'Cause I've been broken, beaten down, buried 6 feet in the ground. Dug the grave and she stole my crown. But now
Alright. Oh, for the love of Christ, can you just let me sign in? Ugh.
never thought I'd get over, like it or not. Looks like I found my way.
Stop being stupid.
Arms of an angel, holding my breath on every word that you say. So if you think that I'm distant, it's the strength of your touch, how it pulls me away like I've never been left. If I ask you to hold,
It's on their end again. For the love of Christ.
catch me from falling.
Can't even so much as fucking play one game that I would like to play. Is because they're having technical issues.
They say the choice is mine, right?
Like, what the fuck, man?
Know if I'm ready
I wanted to play the fucking game, but it's apparently...
enough. She might be innocent, but I lost my memory. The one the sinners call your majesty. I know it won't be long until the sickness has its soul. Love me or hate me, we can rise until we fall. Singing at night, I was caught in the fire and she just watched it burn. Your blood is sweet, you're my fantasy. Cigarettes in her denim jeans, lipstick stains her enemies. So lie to me, I think I lost my sanity.
Guess we're doing Power Wash Simulator. Yeah, so Minecraft just said bleh. Me. I do love playing Genshin, it's just I would like to play other games so I don't burn out. Okay, so we have the specials. What I want to do. We can't even redo it. Oh, come on. And these were the bonus jobs. Okay, free to play locations. Well, fine. Okay, let's see about challenge mode then. No, I don't even wanna. I kind of just want to chill a little bit. Okay. Excuse me, I am gonna go close my door because the wind is up quite a bit. I'm gonna ask, who pissed off the weather god? Who pissed off the god of wind, huh? Oh, this one's new. Let's do this one. Yeah. Let's see. Not what I wanted, but hey, okay.
Lost a piece of me, you stole my heart and took away my soul. Threw kerosene all on the coal and lit a match, babe. I tried to reason, did the most, but pocket aces never fold. You picked the time and place and showed that you would not cave. You can't keep hiding behind the silence. I get caught in your violence. Know you too well. There's no more fighting, so don't we trying. I can't keep lying right to myself. I've seen better days, I'm in a world I can't escape. Took me down a path I hate and left me broken. And you know you won't change, forever stuck up in your ways. When it burned the bridge we made, you tore it all down. We see better. that time I can't get back. I lost it all, matter of fact. I wasted every second you were on my mind, babe. That's trauma that you can't unpack. The feeling so much worse than that. I gave the world and you just laughed without a smile, babe. You can't keep hiding behind the silence. I get caught in your violence. Violence know you too well. There's no more fighting, so don't we're trying. I can't keep lying right to myself. I've seen better days. I'm in a world I can't escape. Took me down a path I hate and left me broken. And you know you won't change. Forever stuck up in your ways. When it burned the bridge we made, you tore it all down. We see better days.
I just want to chill for a little bit before I leave. Like, I'm gonna play some Power Wash Simulator since Minecraft decided to be like work, not let me sign in.
Yeah, I'm too turned on. What the fuck? I've been spinning around the room. Yeah, visions twisted, mix the liquor with the drugs. Now I'm stuck. Watch me stumble out the booth. Yeah, I'm mixing Kool-Aid with my Douce. Everybody chill, we at the club on a Tuesday. Shawty hit my phone, said what's the love with the nightlife. Wake up way too late, I'm late for school. She wanna know if I want link, I'm like, shawty, I do. Yeah, bitch, I do. Yeah, bitch, I do. Shawty bad, I'm running down. I'm like, whoa, hit it once and then I'm running out. I'm like, no, I don't wait for nothing, want it now. Hit this strip club, I'm in London now, I'm losing all I'm shawty out to LA, now I'm meeting men and now. Introduce her to the city life, you know she from the south. Now she tripping off them city lights, a tablet in her mouth. Took a tablet on the couch, got me running like a route. I'm mixing Kool-Aid with my Douce. Everybody chill, we at the club on a Tuesday. Shawty hit my phone, said I'm in love with the nightlife. Wake up way too late, I'm late for school. She wanna know if I want link, I'm like, shawty, I do. Yeah, bitch, I do. Yeah, bitch, I do.
I hope the devil doesn't call my bluff, 'cause Lord knows I'd be fucked. Am I learning again? Am I pushing my luck? Your heart and mind are on a race. Is there beauty in a face? Swear to you this love feels laced. Oh, how much can we take? Try to hear the words I say. Blinded by the precious waves. Can't save you every day. Oh, how much can we take? One step forward, two steps back. Three words that carry me. I hope the devil doesn't call my bluff, 'cause Lord knows I'd be fucked. Am I learning again? Am I pushing my luck? I hope the devil doesn't call my bluff, 'cause Lord knows I'd be fucked. Am I learning again? Am I pushing my luck? am I learning again? Am I pushing my luck? I wake up in the morning and I don't wanna go there, but I still went and went there. 2 more drinks, put them in my blood. I can't stand seeing her look good. Shooting at the pool table without me. That shit burned, called it 3rd degree, yeah. I taught you how to play that game. Another man shooting at the 8-ball, babe. Washing at the bar just across the way. Drinking everything just to numb the pain. And I guess I don't got my shit together, that's okay. Maybe you weren't even there for me in the first place. Couldn't stick around when I was trying to figure it all out. Maybe women only good when they got something in their mouth. Don't talk to me, please don't talk. I already put the blame on my fault. You don't gotta say nothing, it's my fault. It's all my fault. I taught you how to play that game. Another man shooting at the 8-ball, babe. I'm watching at the bar just across the way. Drinking everything just to numb the pain. Put me down hard like
I'm gonna see if the car comes back.
you always wanna adopt those things. Leave me in the dust like you did that day. Tell me how you feeling when you go insane. Like me, don't. Yeah, you don't wanna be like me. I heard you're doing nothing if no one see. The word is that I'm just a nobody. But maybe I don't wanna tell nobody anything. Cocky motherfucker that
Okay,
ain't me.
flames have gone out.
Shitty ass songwriters posting on the IG.
There it is! Hell yeah, we got that achievement. Sweet. That's wonderful. Alright.
I think too much, I smoke too much, I drink too much, I got fuck. I taught you how to play that game. Another man shooting at the 8-ball, babe. Washing at the bar just across the way. Drinking everything just to numb the pain. I taught you how to play that game. Maybe we're gonna run it back one day. I'd even let you win and rub it in my face. Or I'd do anything for another day when I taught you how to play that game. Another man shooting at the 8-ball, babe. Washing at the bar just across the way. Drinking everything just to numb the pain. Oh God,
Clean the grid wall first. Okay, let's
all that's in my head, I wish I could have seen it. Should've
find the grid wall.
playing with a D-Bay. Oh my God, goddamn.
There it is. Okay, so we're gonna go up. Whee!
If I make time for you, will you make time for me? Can we take time this week, even though my time ain't cheap? I'm shooting a text to you, saying that my plans
Sweet. Got that achievement.
There's a ghost that lives in my head. Acts like a friend, but feels like a stranger. Runs his mouth when I try to sleep. He's my enemy and my entertainer. Sorry if I wasn't listening. So many things I wish that I could say, but they just don't come out. And sorry if I'm such a fucking mess. Caught up in a cycle trying to get out, but I don't know how. I'm so tired of the distance from the things I say and the things I want. I'm so tired lately, I'm so tired. There's a ghost that lives in my head. Acts like a friend, but feels like a stranger. Runs his mouth when I try to sleep. He's my enemy and my entertainer. You could hear the shit he says. Tried to medicate him, but it only made him louder. It's almost like we're Siamese. He can't go on without me. There's a ghost that lives in my head.
Oh, well done.
Feels like a stranger. Runs his mouth when I try to sleep. He's my enemy and my entertainer.
I need to have a word with the people who decided to make this building so dirty.
Until he
Because this took a lot of effort. Okay? Actually making this thing dirty. It's like, have a problem.
I hope this is goodbye. Pull the curtains one last time.
Is it me? I know I can make you fall in love. Seasons change, stay the same. Counting bins and zooted up. Never take another L. I swear I've been through enough. Asking if I'm really young. I told Shorty true enough. She don't dance, I turn her to a dancer. She know that I'm the miss. No question, no answers. Designer in the bread, it can never be enough. She with me, I know. She hope I fall in love. Iced out little baby, she been fiending for it lately. Told her hold her breath. She can't be the one to come and save me. I guess part is just a maybe. Up at echelon, feel greatly. I feel bad, cause I know a couple girlfriends wanna taste me. Steady 10 toes. Pop out whipping shit back then, wish we could rent those. What she sipping cost a check, but I can spend those. Got 2 foreigns on the left, keep it akimbo. And they stay down, you would think they playing limbo. She bad, but she need to fix her manners. I might lose the cash, I can never hold the cheddar. Tell her move that ass in my cadence, make her wetter with the crew. Her bags always match a Fendi sweater. Money time me, the presidents behind me. She want it, she can have it, I don't care what that shit costing me. Yeah, are you falling in love? Any love I have been lost in. Got a feeling you are, if it ain't me then it's obsolete. Is it me? I know I can make you fall in love. Seasons change, stay the same. Counting bins and zooted up. Never take another L, I swear I've been through enough. Asking if I'm really young, I told Shorty true enough. She don't dance, I turn her to a dancer. She know that I'm the miss, no question, no answers. Designer in the bread, it can never be enough. She with me, I know, she hope I fall in love. Is walking all alone in the cold, all alone on my own. I stop and stare, dirty blonde hair. Girls can't compare, you're all mine, I want you here. I wish that you could see the biggest part of me was having you inside my arms, and it felt like a dream. I wish that you could see I'm my worst enemy. I know I'm a creep every night that I think I'm not like the other guys who sit there and tell you lies, fall in love and fall apart, make a promise, break it twice. The other guys who sit there and tell you lies, fall in love and fall apart, make a
chance, better time. But I've been waiting my whole life. Sick of people telling me that I'll be fine. The cliche set of words gives no peace of mind. And I try and I try and I tried again. I fall right back into your mattress. I lied each time, I said I was alright. Thought I'd be so much farther than that. I don't know where to go. Wasted all these nights while I'm swerving on the road. Chasing after dreams, but I'm never coming close. I'm just trying to find a place to call home. I've been feeling low, like I don't know where to go. Wasted all these nights while I'm swerving on the road. Chasing after dreams, but I'm never coming close. I'm just trying to find a place to call home of my own. Of my own. My own. Yeah. Late night and I'm drunk again. Sometimes I feel this bottle is my only friend. It's the only one that's there when I can't sleep again. When I can't silence everything that be in my head. Alright, said it's alright till it goes bad. Late night, now the don't fight. You know that I can't do nothing right. It's a throwback, it's just how I'm living my life. And I thought that'd be better than that. Since I got this rap, thought that I would be winning, but baby I'm down bad. Not sure where I'm headed and don't know where I'm at. I know it's time.
Yeah, locked in, spent hours on hours. Time's up, girl, you got the power. Girl, you gotta give your flowers, yeah. Yeah, and I know it's been days on days. Always telling me I'm stuck in my ways. Hope you know when the damn thing changed. Conversation, girl, you make me so impatient. You wanna bite off. Plenty patience, trying to make you feeling lately. You just can't do no wrong. I've been waiting to get you naked, time been wasting. Girl, you know you need to take it off.
Look up in the sky, always so surprised. Ocean of the world, from the endless night. Thinking of a love, think about you and I. Thinking of the stars and all that lies behind. I may fly away and never come back again. I may leave today, but who knows what my story is. So love today. Don't you walk away, babe. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. So don't lose faith. We're good, but sometimes we fall astray. That doesn't mean I can't find my way back home. Spent so much time in my mind, dreaming my world a delight, but found it all in your smile, looking right into your eyes. Baby, you know I could go to another galaxy, and there's nothing that could stop my love from what it seems. I may fly away and never come back again. I may leave today, and who knows where my journey ends. Love today. Don't you walk away, baby. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. So don't lose faith.
myself what I've always done. Words won't hurt at last. I've been cutting all my come from the ashes and dirt. You know, you think I'm broke, but you don't know the months I worked to buy me some new clothes. You think I'm spoiled and that I didn't give it all to live the life I chose. And the outside world had me by the throat, but now I'm planning on some show. Yeah, I'm doing good, but you should know I'll sacrifice. No one's here from my red eye. You're so pretentious, I won't lie. But one more time I'll fall in line. One more time I'll fall, and I'll be
No.
replaced for
Oh,
the
man.
last time. So cut
I'm
to
not okay
the
with this.
chase and give me what's mine. I dream of the States, but I've been cursed on. I'm counting the days till I come by. And I'll come by safe in a rainy day. Scars on my lip, not thinking straight. So what's good, not what always pays. Is what makes me proud of my real name. And the outside world had me by the throat, but now I'm planning on some show. Yeah, I'm doing good, but you should know I'll sacrifice. No one's here from my red eye. You're so pretentious, I won't lie. But one more time I'll fall in line. One more time I'll fall.
Alright. So, how about we actually watch something interesting before I leave? Before we raid out. So I would like to take this time and appreciate Mr. Bolland's YouTube channel. It is amazing in making things in general. Yeah. Okay, it was just being silly. So let's go ahead and find his latest video and see what government and the madmen making humans explode. What? Okay. Okay, you know what? Screw it, let's go.
Hey, what's going on? What are we doing today? We're doing, what's the... Hold on a minute, hold on. Feel the power building. Today, we're going to cover two stories that are of the strange but true variety. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. Not 3, 4, 5 times a week. I know, but it's still pretty good. We're still doing it, okay? Still pretty good. So, if that's of interest to you, please install hidden cameras all around the Like Button's house, and then live stream those cameras to Facebook. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. On the morning of June 20th, 2005, a 40-year-old man named Wang Diang stood just inside the doorway of a little home in rural northeastern China. Outside, it was pouring rain with all this crazy thunder and lightning, and also there were these hailstones coming down the size of golf balls, smashing into everything. I mean, just the impact on the roof must have been so loud. And so as Wang was standing in the doorway, he was actually looking out in the direction of the storm because all these people were running towards him to come in the house. Wang was actually hosting a wake for a friend, and he was hosting this wake at this man's home. And all the people running up to him were all the mourners coming to pay their respects. Now, by this point, most of the mourners had already made it inside the house, and so Wong was basically just waiting for the last few stragglers to make their way inside. And so from his post at the door, Wong is watching the storm and all these people, and he also took stock of the fact that as he looked out to the big tobacco fields that kind of were all over the place in this town, that was the primary way people made money in this town, he noticed that, there was nobody out there tending the crops. And even in rainstorms, people would tend these crops because this was their livelihood, but Wong understood why nobody was out there. Yes, it was the storm, but specifically, lately there had been these crazy lightning strikes in storms like this that struck the field. And so these workers that were normally out in the fields every single day, they weren't doing that anymore. Finally, the last couple arrived, and Wong greeted them and brought them inside, and then he shut the door and then began making his rounds inside the home, making sure all the guests had what they needed, and also just kind of making sure the wake was, overall a positive experience, all things considered. Now, to be clear, Wong was not a monk or a priest or even a relative of the person who was deceased. Instead, he was just kind of like the guy that emceed virtually all events in this town. So if there was weddings, he was the guy who officiated the weddings, and if there were funerals or wakes or things of that nature, also Wong was often tapped to MC that as well. He was kind of like the village elder, if you will, even though he was only 40 years old. And Wong, he really treasured the fact that he was the guy that got to do these things, and so he put a lot of time and energy into making sure they went extremely well. So on this day, as he was making his rounds, checking in with all the mourners, nobody really needed anything, and so Wong sort of felt like he didn't have a role, and he scanned around the room looking for something else he could do that would be productive, and he noticed the incense near the casket was going out. And so Wong walked over, he pulled out the extinguished incense, he got a new stick of incense, put it in, and he lit it, and then he just kind of stood over the casket and closed his eyes and began saying a silent prayer for the dead. And as Wong did this, suddenly there was this deafening roar, and then everything went black. A few seconds later, that deafening roar faded, and it was replaced by the sound of all the mourners in the house basically screaming and trying to figure out what just happened. And so as people began kind of trying to size up the situation, they saw there was all this smoke near the casket and there was all these wooden debris everywhere. And then people looked up at the ceiling and they saw there was now a pretty good sized hole that had blackened char around the edges of the hole that was kind of smoldering. And then unfortunately, once the smoke really had kind of dissipated, Wong was laying right underneath this hole in the roof and half of his head was gone. It was very clear he was deceased. And it didn't take long for mourners to figure out what had happened. Wong had unfortunately been struck by lightning. 2 days later, Wong's family held a funeral for Wong, and basically the entire village showed up for this funeral because remember, Wong was really a central member of this community, and so it was a really big loss that he was now dead. And candidly, this only stoked the fears that everybody had about lightning strikes. I mean, this was really becoming a huge issue. But after the funeral ended and Wong had been placed into a hearse and driven off to the crematorium to be cremated, the people at this funeral who were kind of making their way out began kind of talking a little bit more candidly about what had happened to Wong. I mean, it was obvious he was struck by lightning, but in this town, there was a lot of superstition around deaths like this, when it seems like how he died is almost like an act of God. I mean, how many people get struck by lightning? Even if you're scared of being struck by lightning, that is a very rare phenomenon, and everybody knew that. And so the mourners couldn't help but suspect that maybe Wong was not this incredible person that everybody loved. Maybe he had deep, dark secrets, and the way he was killed was like God's punishment, smiting him for the terrible things he was hiding. But nonetheless, the mourners who had just left the funeral followed tradition and actually walked over to the local crematorium where Wong would be cremated. Basically, it's the absolute final goodbye, and typically the family will stay there and wait for all the people to come by and pay their final respects, and then at that point, the family hands off their loved one in their casket to the manager of the crematorium, and the cremation process begins. And so all that happens, all the mourners go to the crematorium, they pay their final respects, and then before long, Wong's family was brought inside the crematorium with the manager, and they were placed in this quiet room to kind of wait for this process to happen. And then the manager left them and went down the hall to the furnace room where Wong's casket was waiting for him. So the furnace room inside of this crematorium is basically like this big industrial space where in the middle is this huge, intimidating metal furnace which is actually where, you know, the bodies are slid in and burned until they're just ash. And so picture like the biggest oven you've ever seen with a big metal rectangular door and these rails that slide directly into this furnace, and the casket is placed on those rails and then kind of fed into the furnace. They seal the door and then of course ignite the furnace, and then the cremation begins. And so the manager, who had done this many, many times, walked up to Wong's casket, which was already placed on the rails. Workers had already set it up for this process before he came in. And so the manager walks up to the casket, he opens it up, he sees Wong's body, and he confirms that Wong is just wearing a robe with a belt, and he did not have any jewelry or metal on him or anything like that, which was not allowed during the cremation process. And so feeling confident that this was all good, he shut the casket and then slid the casket into the furnace. He shut the door, the big metal door, locked it, and then started the furnace. And as soon as he hit it, the manager heard the familiar sound of gas hissing as the gas kind of filled up the inside of the space, and then the familiar whooshing sound of the flames igniting. But as the manager kind of stepped away from the front of this furnace and was kind of making his way back towards the door, he noticed there was another sound coming from inside of this furnace. It was a hissing sound, but different than the gas sound. This was something else. And then before long, the hissing got louder and louder and louder. And then finally, there was this massive explosion inside of this furnace. And so smoke is pouring out of the sides. It was unbelievable that the furnace itself even held its shape. I mean, something massive had detonated inside of this thing. And in fact, even though that door that seals the furnace shut, even though it had not been blown off, the force of whatever detonated inside of there was so strong that the manager actually was knocked backwards from the blast. And so in a panic, he got up, and there's smoke filling the room, and there's flames kind of dancing out of the edges of this metal door in front of the furnace, and he hits the emergency stop, and the flames cut, but it's still all smoky, and it's totally chaotic, and workers are rushing into the room to figure out what's going on, and the manager had no idea. This was something he had never, ever seen before. Just minutes later, firefighters arrived and basically extinguished the remaining flames that were kind of residually burning inside of the furnace and slightly outside of the furnace. Remember, this was a significant explosion, so there are cracks and breaks all over the furnace where some flames were still lit. But finally, the firefighters did extinguish all the flames, and then after it was safe to be in there, an investigation was launched as to what the heck happened in there. And so police officers went into this room and began sifting through all the debris in this room, both inside of the furnace itself and also, you know, outside where it had cracked and things had shot off in different directions. And for a while, they found nothing. I mean, all they found were basically pieces of Wong, you know, ash and some bone and some tissue from him. But there was nothing else that was unusual. But at some point, one of the officers did find something that was unusual. He found a piece of metal that was inside of the furnace that clearly should not have been there, because remember, it's not allowed to have metal or jewelry or anything on the deceased when they're brought into the furnace. And considering what happened, they're like, okay, does this have something to do with the explosion? And so the officers kind of huddled around this metal and they began kind of cleaning it off to see if there was anything written on it. It's not a very big piece of metal. And eventually they had cleaned it off enough that they realized there was something written on it, and it absolutely explained what had happened here. So to understand what happened, you need to have an understanding of how the Chinese government responds to severe storms like the one that was going on the day that Wong was struck by lightning. So remember, Wong's village had all these tobacco fields all over the place, which was not only how the villagers made their living, but also China as a whole. They need these crops to be bountiful. And these huge storms that produce those golf ball sized pieces of hail, those can severely damage tobacco crops. And the Chinese government doesn't want that to happen. And so the Chinese government has set up these things called weather bureaus, which are these government agencies all across the country whose job is to try to weaken these storms. And the way they do that is very interesting. They use a chemical called silver iode that they put into the actual storm clouds. And what silver iode does is it attracts ice particles and water. And so with this chemical up in the clouds, it kind of breaks up the hail a little bit and either makes them really small. And sometimes this chemical can actually completely destroy the hail and convert it from hail to just plain old rain, which is great. So how do these weather bureaus and this silver iode have anything to do with what happened to Wong? Well, unfortunately for Wong, the way these weather bureaus in China actually get this silver iode up into the clouds is they basically take a rocket launcher and fire a literal rocket, like an explosive device, that contains this silver iode inside of it, and the rockets get fired up into the sky, into the clouds, where they detonate, and then the silver iode is kind of sprinkled all throughout the clouds. And unfortunately, on the day Wong was killed, one of those rockets were fired into the sky, and this rocket, it goes up, 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 it goes into the cloud, but it doesn't detonate. It turns around and falls straight down, and it just so happens to go straight through that roof into Wong's head, blowing off a portion of his head, and then the rocket itself got embedded in his torso and did not detonate. And then when he was wheeled off to the crematorium and slid into the furnace, and that manager turned on the furnace, that hissing sound he began hearing right before the explosion was the sound of that rocket inside of Wong's torso heating up and then finally detonating. When the police officers found that little piece of metal, what they had found was actually a piece of the rocket itself. And when they cleared it off, they saw there was a serial number for that particular Weather Bureau rocket. And so that was how they were able to solve this mystery. 3 years after Wong's death, the Chinese government came out and said, yep, this is our fault, we did this. And so they compensated Wong's family 80,000 yuan, which is equal to about 12,000 US dollars. And while that's a pretty underwhelming settlement to be paying for somebody's life, what is significant that came out of this case is following Wong's death, the Chinese government altered their rockets that they fired into these clouds, and they added this feature where if for some reason the rocket goes into the cloud and doesn't detonate, it will automatically deploy a parachute and will safely fall to the ground and not detonate. All right, I have some bad news for you. Seagull Lung is missing. You see, it all started about 4 years ago when I began feuding with the like button. You know, doing silly pranks like, rattling up a hornet's nest and jamming it inside the like button's toilet, or, releasing angry honey badgers into their vacation home. Just fun stuff. But lately, the like button has begun to retaliate, and it's escalating quickly. Just the other day, old Seagull Lung received a package in the mail. He opened it up, and boom, it was a brand new lily pad. He was so excited, he hopped on it, getting ready to settle in for a nap, when he suddenly realized this was not a normal lily pad. This one was riddled in poison ivy and also strapped to the brim with fireworks and explosives. It was obviously the work of the like button. And the second Lung tried to move, it detonated, sending Lung flying across the yard. And it was at that point that something happened to Seagull Lung. He got laser vision and realized he was going to exact his revenge on the like button once and for all. And before I could stop him from going rogue, he was gone. And so unfortunately, it's now been a week and I still have not heard or seen Lung. And so naturally, I did the only thing anybody would do in this position, and that is I created a limited time merch drop. I created a brand new limited Lungy merch line commemorating our rogue comrade. Right now, you can go to shopmrballin.com and check out the entire Lungy merch line that's only available for a limited time. We have a new graphic tee and tank top. We have a new pin that everybody loved. Those sold out so fast last time. There's a sticker set. There's even coasters. I mean, if you're into Seagull Lung, which I think a lot of you are, it's pretty good, but you gotta act now because I promise you this stuff is not gonna stick around. It's gonna sell out quickly, so go get your Lungy merch before it's too late. Again, shopmrballin.com and get your Seagull Lung merch, which is your way of supporting Lung on his mission to destroy the like button. Enjoy. On January 30th, 1989, two young men were working the afternoon lunch shift at a Domino's pizza restaurant in Chamblee, Georgia. Their names were Daryl Wilson and Sean Burnset. And most weeks, this shift that they worked together was really boring because virtually nobody came into the restaurant. But on this day, at around 11 a.m., as Daryl and Sean are kind of twiddling their thumbs, waiting for the shift to end, a man who was obviously disgruntled and very agitated stormed in the door carrying a gun, a .357 Magnum gun, so a really powerful handgun, and he aimed it straight at them. Daryl and Sean were so shocked by this that at first they didn't do anything. But then it kind of dawned on them that, oh my goodness, this guy's coming in here to rob the place. And so Daryl and Sean suddenly put their hands up and they begin saying, okay, take whatever you want, take whatever you want. And the man suddenly began shouting something at them like he wanted something. And it took Daryl and Sean a second to kind of understand what he was asking for. But when they started to process the things he was saying, they kind of understood that this did not seem like a robbery. The guy was demanding that they call Tom S. Monahan so he, this guy, the guy with the gun, can talk to Tom. Now, Daryl and Sean may have known this, but probably not, because they likely didn't care. But Tom S. Monahan, at the time, was the owner of Domino's. Not like this particular restaurant in Chamblee, Georgia, but like the entire national chain. He was the actual owner of the company. And so this guy is coming in being like, you know, let me talk to the owner of Domino's. And so at some point, Daryl and Sean understood who Tom S. Monahan was. Perhaps the guy with the gun explained it, or maybe one of them did know who Tom S. Monahan was. But either way, Daryl and Sean suddenly realized, oh my goodness, this guy wants to talk to the owner. But they have no way of getting in touch with the owner of Domino's. They're just pizza cooks. They're not like connected to the C-suite. But when Daryl and Sean told the guy like, hey, we don't know how to get in touch with the literal owner of this major franchise, well, the guy didn't like that. And he got really frantic and began yelling and screaming like, you gotta do it, you gotta get Tom on the phone. And so Daryl and Sean are like, okay, and they grab the phone and they try to call their own boss because they don't know who else to call. And as they're calling their own boss, this guy fires 2 shots into the ceiling. So this is like a really high intensity situation that's escalating really quickly. But Daryl, who actually was the one on the phone, he did his best to stay calm, and when his boss got on the other line, he tried his best to explain the situation as quickly as he could, because he could tell, you know, this guy with the gun is very close to potentially shooting them. And the boss of Daryl and Sean did understand, okay, clearly there is a crisis happening at this branch. And when Daryl said, you gotta find a way to get Tom S. Monahan on the phone, like right now, well, his boss was like, I got it. And a few minutes later, Daryl's boss, who's still on the phone with him, was like, okay, I'm gonna patch you through. And then a second later, Tom S. Monahan hops on the phone and he's like, what's going on? And at this point, Daryl just handed the phone over to the guy with the gun and said, here you go, Tom's on the phone. And the man with the gun grabbed the phone, put it to his ear, and then began rattling off these totally bizarre demands. He wanted a white limousine to show up to the restaurant to be his getaway car. He wanted $10,000 in cash, and he wanted a copy of a science fiction novel about the Freemasons called The Widow's Son. And so Daryl and Sean, who are behind the counter witnessing this, they're hearing these demands, and it's clicking for them that clearly this guy is not mentally well. This is a guy who's totally unhinged, and who knows what's going to happen. After a few minutes on the phone, the gunman hung up and then told Daryl and Sean very calmly that now the 3 of them were just going to sit in this restaurant and wait for his demands to be met. And for the next 5.5 hours, that's what they did. Daryl, Sean, and the gunman, who just kept the gun aimed at Daryl and Sean, they just sat inside of this restaurant. And at the same time, you know, by this point, the police have been called, and they're completely surrounding this restaurant. And when the gunman came into the store, because this was a very slow day, there weren't any other customers or staff inside, so it really was just Daryl, Sean, and the gunman. And so it's a total standoff. But interestingly, for Sean and Daryl, who were right there with this gunman, they started to sense that this guy was not here to hurt them. He was really after Tom S. Monahan, and over those 5.5 hours, they were just sitting there with him with his gun aimed right at them. He periodically began telling them, you know, what his gripes were with Tom S. Monahan. The gunman told Daryl and Sean that Tom was specifically targeting him, the gunman, and also Tom was secretly communicating with the gunman when the gunman didn't want to talk to him, almost like telekinesis or something. And also the gunman told them that Tom S. Monahan periodically will walk around his property at night, kind of creeping around, you know, scaring the gunman. And Daryl and Sean, you know, they're hearing these things and not believing any of it, but they were very empathetic and said, oh yeah, I can understand why that would be an issue. I can understand why you'd come in here and demand to speak to Tom S. Monahan. Yep, totally get it. And that was just kind of how the day was going. And then around 4:30 p.m., so they've been in there a long time by this point, the gunman told Daryl and Sean that he was really hungry, so they better go make him some pizzas. So Daryl and Sean just got up, they went in the back, they made 2 large everything pizzas, and after they were made, they put them in boxes and slid them across the counter to the gunman. And at this moment, Daryl and Sean knew the gunman, in order to eat, would have to put his weapon down to open up the box and get the pizza. And so the second they handed it over, without even communicating with each other, they kind of waited for the gunman to put the gun down. And he did. He put the gun down. He opened the pizza up. He grabbed a slice. And at that moment, Daryl and Sean began sprinting past him towards the door. And the gunman, who's seeing this happen, he drops the pizza, he grabs the gun, and he turns, and he aims. So to really understand what's happening here, you need to understand what type of marketing Domino's, like the national franchise, was doing to advertise their product. Starting in 1985, Domino's came up with a very popular advertising campaign called The Noid. And the Noid was actually a character. It was like this weird claymation character with big sneakers and bunny ears. He was like this goofy thing that was the equivalent of McDonald's Hamburglar, but this was for pizza. And what Domino's did with the Noid is they would run these ads on TV where the Noid was like this menace who was always out to disrupt pizza deliveries. Not necessarily Domino's pizza deliveries, but generally, pizza deliveries, it's like the Noid's gonna destroy them, either by, freezing the pizzas on their way to the person's house, or smashing them into the ground, or causing whatever mayhem the Noid could create to stop pizzas from getting to their customers. And so Domino's kind of catchy thing was, avoid the Noid with Domino's. Meaning, like, Domino's, the chain, was the only chain capable of avoiding all the chaos that could disrupt you getting the thing you want, your pizza. And this advertising campaign was brilliant, not only because it really worked, people really liked Domino's because it did seem like they were superior, but also they were able to kind of franchise this character itself, the Noid. It became a toy you could buy, and there was talk about doing a TV show and maybe a movie around this Noid character. And Michael Jackson, like the king of pop, he put the Noid in one of his music videos. I mean, this was a really, really successful advertising campaign, but for as successful as this campaign was, it did unfortunately lead to what happened inside of this Domino's restaurant in Chamblee, Georgia. So on the day this gunman came charging in and held up the place, aiming the gun at Sean and Daryl, it would turn out the gunman's name was Kenneth Lamar Noid. And Kenneth Lamar Noid was not going into the store to get money or to steal food or to hurt, Daryl or Sean. He was there to get his revenge on Tom S. Monahan, who he looked at as the person responsible for coming up with this Noid campaign. Because Kenneth Lamar Noid was very mentally ill, and he believed the Avoid the Noid campaign was not a marketing campaign, but rather Tom S. Monahan specifically targeting Kenneth Lamar Noid, basically making him out to be this big villain. But Kenneth's plan for how to deal with this totally backfired, because in a totally ironic twist, by holding up this Domino's franchise and creating this huge standoff, he literally became like the Noid because no pizza deliveries could be had that entire day out of that franchise. And so Kenneth Lamar Noid, in an effort to stop Tom S. Monahan from running this Noid campaign, because I'm no villain, I don't go after pizzas, I don't try to stop people from getting their pizzas, in an effort to do that, that is exactly what he did. He literally became the human version of the Noid. And so after Daryl and Sean made a run for it towards the door, Kenneth did grab his gun and he did aim it at the two men, and he even fired it a couple of times, but he missed, and Daryl and Sean were totally unhurt. In fact, nobody got hurt. All that happened is Kenneth Lamar Noid looked like the Noid, and he got arrested. However, instead of going to jail, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital. As for the actual advertising campaign itself, which was very successful, Avoid the Noid, well, it would not survive this total PR nightmare, and Tom S. Monahan canceled it immediately after Kenneth Lamar Noid was taken off. So in a weird way, Kenneth actually did sort of get his revenge.
Avoid the Noid! Domino's Pizza delivers. Call now.
Hey everybody, just a reminder, we do have that new limited merch line that's all around Seagull Lung and him going rogue. There's the new graphic tee and tank top, there's the new pin, there's coasters, there's a sticker set. It's all really good stuff. Go to shopmrballin.com and get your Seagull Lung merch to help support our rogue comrade who's going out there to get his revenge on the like button. Shopmrballin.com, go get that sweet, sweet Seagull Lung merch now. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's stories, remember we have multiple podcasts under the Ball.
All right. Okay, that was actually insane. The Noid character didn't survive that. Jeez. Okay. Okay, let's see. Don't follow it. Okay.
There is a mountain range in the middle of the desert in Arizona that's called the Superstition Mountains. And for decades, adventurers have been going into these mountains to try to find a secret treasure. But many of those adventurers have died trying to do this, and many more have come running out of those mountains claiming that unseen predators are lurking all around, stalking you as you move through these mountains. And so today's story is going to be about one of those adventurers who goes into the superstitions, and he comes face to face with something. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time you're at the Like Button's house, please replace their favorite cologne with tuna juice. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Late on the afternoon of June 14th, 1931, a 59-year-old man named Dr. Adolf Ruth climbed off his donkey that he'd been riding on for hours through the Superstition Mountains in Arizona. Once he was off the animal, the doctor shook his legs to work out the cramps, and then he just took in the scenery all around him, and as he did, he smiled. Now, to the average person, what Dr. Ruth was seeing in front of him would look very impressive. There were all these jagged peaks on either side of him that jutted straight up into the sky that almost looked so steep they couldn't even be climbed. And this mountain range was cut through all over with all these twisting and turning canyons that almost seemed like a maze. Also, high up in these mountains were all these caves where people used to live, but now they were abandoned. In fact, today, if you were to travel through the Superstition Mountains, you could go days without seeing another person. And that was true back in 1931 when Dr. Ruth was there. But Dr. Ruth knew that where he was standing right now, between two towering rock walls, was not just a regular desert canyon. This particular stretch of desert was about to make Dr. Ruth a very rich man. He was going to be the very first person to actually find the Lost Dutchman gold mine. The same Lost Dutchman gold mine that had claimed the lives of hundreds of other treasure seekers who had come into the Superstition Mountains and not come out again. But Dr. Ruth knew he had a special advantage that nobody else who had come out here looking had had. He had a treasure map that was going to show him where this treasure was, and he knew it was right nearby. And without even thinking, he reached into his pack that was slung over his shoulder, and he felt the edges of the treasure map, which was folded up and tucked inside of his notebook. But as Dr. Ruth was daydreaming about finding this treasure, he heard someone grunt from behind him. And suddenly Dr. Ruth pulled his hand out of his pack, and he whipped his head around, and he looked at the two cowboy guides who had brought him out here, and Dr. Ruth just said, "What?" In Dr. Ruth's daily life, he was a retired veterinarian and a government employee who worked in Washington, D.C. He was a small guy with glasses, and he walked with a limp, and he knew these two cowboy guides of his just thought he was some frail old man, and this deeply offended Dr. Ruth. And so, because the doctor totally resented these cowboys, he had told them that, yes, I need your help getting me to a particular spot in the desert, but once I get there, you guys are done. You can leave, I'll pay you, and you can just go away. I'll be fine on my own. And as it happened, they had reached this particular spot, and now Dr. Ruth is looking at these guys like, all right, let's go, get out of here, you don't need to be here anymore. But the cowboys, now that they were at this spot where they're supposed to go back home, they kind of hesitated before they left, because they looked at Dr. Ruth, and they did think he was kind of a frail old man, and they knew all about how all these people had died going into this canyon to look for this treasure. And so the cowboy who had kind of cleared his throat and made a noise to get Dr. Ruth to turn around, he chimed in and said, you know, doctor, I don't know if this is a good idea for you to go in there on your own. And Dr. Ruth, again, is super offended, and he just says to the cowboy, I'm fine, just go. I'm gonna set up camp, I'm good, get out of here. And then Dr. Ruth pulled out his wallet, he handed some money to the cowboys. The cowboys took the money, they looked at each other and just kind of shrugged, and then the cowboys turned around and began galloping away. And as they did, Dr. Ruth was standing there feeling kind of proud of himself for getting rid of these guys. But as they kind of faded into the distance, Dr. Ruth turned back around and he looked out at the landscape. And suddenly, now that he was actually all alone, a lot of his bravery was now gone. now he was feeling maybe a little apprehensive. But Dr. Ruth reminded himself that he knew what he was doing. He was not a frail old man, despite the way he looked. He could handle himself, and he certainly knew this area well. He had a map, he'd be in and out, he would get that treasure, and then he'd be rich and famous. And so, with that in mind, Dr. Ruth grabbed his things off the ground, he hopped back on his donkey, and he began slowly marching his way deeper into the canyon. A little while later, as the sun was starting to set, Dr. Ruth decided it was time to stop, and so he stopped his donkey, he hopped off, he found a clearing by the side of the trail, and he began setting up his campsite. And then finally, once the canvas tent was all set up and his campsite was good to go, Dr. Ruth started a small fire, and then he rolled a small boulder in front of the fire, and he sat down on it, and then he reached into his pack, and he pulled out that notebook, and from inside the notebook, he pulled out the old fragile treasure map. Dr. Ruth's son had acquired this treasure map from a man in Mexico, and this man in Mexico apparently got it from a family that used to do mining in the Superstition Mountains, and they had drawn out this map before apparently they were all massacred inside of the Superstitions, but somehow or another, their map they had drawn about where they thought this treasure was had survived, and so Dr. Ruth's son had gotten this map and given it to Dr. Ruth. And so Dr. Ruth held the map up and he stared at it for a second, and as he did, he couldn't help but be drawn to this huge rock formation way off in the distance. So not on the map, but actually in real life, basically far down the canyon, there was just this massive rock formation. And for a second, Dr. Ruth was looking at it, thinking it kind of looked like a huge oversized gravestone. And in a way, it kind of freaked him out. But he looked back at the map and he realized there actually was a drawing on this map that clearly represented this big rock formation. And on the map, it had an arrow pointing to this little drawing, and it said this thing, this big rock formation, was called Weaver's Needle. And according to the map, apparently the treasure was right near Weaver's Needle. And so Dr. Ruth was like, great, tomorrow I'll head straight for Weaver's Needle, I'll find the treasure, and I'll be rich and famous. And on that note, Dr. Ruth folded the map up, he tucked it back into his notebook, put it back in his pack, and then he took his beans and meat off the fire and he began to eat, and as he did, he whistled periodically to fill the silence that was filling the entire canyon. Back when I first started Mr. Ballin, so early 2020, I was doing all my work out of this room in the back of my house in Pennsylvania that was basically like a shed. It definitely was not up to code. Whoever had owned the house before us had built this kind of ramshackle room off the back of the house, and that became my studio. And I remember, since there was no heat in there, at night I would have to turn on my space heater as hot as it would get and let the room heat up, but then I would have to turn off the space heater because it was so noisy I couldn't record with it on, and then rush through my recording before it got so cold that I was shivering in the recording. And so really, like, there is a very humble beginning to the whole Mr. Ballin thing, but now, I mean, we have blossomed into a full-blown studio, Ballin Studios, with nearly 40 full-time employees. And I only say this because I want you to know that it's really only because of you that any of this has happened. And so I do not take that for granted. I want you to know that as we grow, I want to continue to bring you the best possible immersive storytelling I possibly can. And that brings me to why I'm here today. Well, we have been very lucky to secure a partnership with a masterful storyteller named Rodney Barnes. Rodney Barnes is an award-winning writer, director, producer, comic book creator, and he's made all these genre-defining horror stories about vampires and demons and the occult, and now Rodney Barnes and Ballin Studios are partnering up to make a brand new show hosted by the iconic Rodney Barnes. The show is called Run Fool, and the trailer has already been released. So please, right now, go to wherever you get your podcasts and look up Run Fool and listen to the trailer and get ready for us to drop the first couple of episodes. And those first 2 episodes of Run Fool will drop on Tuesday, November 14th, and then every Tuesday there on out, you will get a brand new Run Fool episode. Thank you all so much, and I can't wait for you to experience the masterful storytelling of the one and only Rodney Barnes. Again, his new show is called Run Fool. By the time Dr. Ruth was done eating his food, it was totally dark inside of this canyon, like completely pitch black and silent. And as the doctor was kind of taking in this moment of absolute darkness and silence, he was startled by a sudden sound coming from high up one of the canyon walls. It sounded like hooves marching on stone, and it kind of echoed through the whole canyon. And for a second, Dr. Ruth felt relieved, even though he had been adamant, especially to the two cowboy guides, that he wanted to go into this canyon by himself. Now that he was here by himself, and it's so dark and quiet and kind of spooky, he was glad to hear hooves because it meant that must be a person riding a horse, and so I'm not alone anymore. But when Dr. Ruth called out and said, "Who's there?" there was no response, and there were no more hoof sounds. It just went totally quiet again. And then, from all over the canyon, all Dr. Ruth heard was the yipping and howling of coyotes everywhere. By this point, Dr. Ruth couldn't help it. He felt terrified, and suddenly all he was thinking about were all the stories he had heard about unseen predators lurking in the shadows, stalking people who come into this canyon. And so Dr. Ruth decided, you know what, I'm just going to bed. And so he extinguished his fire, he packed up his things, and he went inside of his tent, and he laid down inside of his bedroll. And even though he knew he really wasn't actually safer in here, all he had was, canvas tent material protecting him from the outside world, but mentally, being inside the tent, he just felt safer. And so Dr. Ruth would lay in his tent in the total darkness, kind of on edge for a while, wide awake, listening intently for more hoofbeats or something out there. But there were no more sounds, the night remained silent and dark, and eventually Dr. Ruth fell asleep. But in the middle of the night, Dr. Ruth suddenly woke up, and it was totally dark and silent, and he sat up, and he looked out of his tent. The flap was open, and at first, he couldn't see anything. It just seemed like darkness out there. But then he realized, moving around very slightly, pretty far away from his tent, but not that far away, were two eyes staring at him, unblinking, just staring directly into his tent. And Dr. Ruth, his heart started to race, and he's realizing that an animal, a person, something is right there. And so Dr. Ruth, he was about to yell out when suddenly the eyes blinked and vanished. Dr. Ruth fumbled for his gun, and he drew it, and he aimed it out of the tent, and he yelled, "I'll shoot if you come back, I'll shoot!" But there was nothing. Dr. Ruth would stay awake for at least a couple more hours, just anxiously staring out of his tent, wondering if this thing, this person, whatever it was nearby, but he never saw the eyes again, and there were no more sounds outside, and so eventually Dr. Ruth did lay back down inside of his bedroll, and he went to sleep. When he woke up in the morning, Dr. Ruth immediately went outside and began walking out in the direction where he saw those eyes to see if he could find some tracks on the ground. In his head, he was hoping he would find a bunch of coyote tracks, and that would explain, what these eyes were. Even though in the back of his head, he's thinking, that didn't look like a coyote. And so, as Dr. Ruth began walking in that direction, he did begin to see loads of coyote tracks all over the place. And so he's thinking, there it is. It was a coyote. My brain's just playing tricks on me. But he got maybe 15 or 20 feet away from his tent, and he noticed there was another set of tracks that were not coyote tracks. They were human tracks, or what appeared to be human tracks, like barefoot feet tracks, except the size of them were really small, like a child's foot. Now, Dr. Ruth was a really small guy and wore a men's size 6, so he had very small feet. And for a second, Dr. Ruth thought, oh, maybe these are my footprints. But he was like, I wasn't over here, and I wasn't walking around barefoot. So whose tracks were these? And then, making it worse, Dr. Ruth noticed these little prints, these little human-looking prints, they walked all the way over to the side of his tent, and they appeared to circle his tent over and over again. But then the prints didn't wander off and disappear. It's almost like the prints just continued in a circle, and then whatever this was making the prints just stopped where it was and vanished. At this point, Dr. Ruth was terrified, and he decided, let's just go towards Weaver's Needle, let's find this treasure and get out of here. And so he rushed back to his tent, he gathered up his things, he hopped back on his donkey, and he began heading towards Weaver's Needle, the thing that looked like a big gravestone. After riding for a couple of hours, Dr. Ruth was close enough to this huge formation that he was actually inside of the shadow cast by this Weaver's Needle. And when Dr. Ruth consulted his map, he saw that where the treasure was supposedly located was actually within the shadow of Weaver's Needle. And so he knew he was close. And so Dr. Ruth continued following the map as best he could. He turned this corner behind a rock formation, and then right up ahead, he saw this big wall of cacti that all had these axe heads lodged into their flesh, like someone had taken an axe and smacked the axe head in and then broken off the handle, but like dozens of times. And so Dr. Ruth stopped and he's looking at these cacti, and then he looked at the map and he realized on the map was actually a drawing that kind of resembled these cacti with the axe heads in them. And so he's thinking, oh my goodness, this map is accurate. I've found another landmark. I must be near the treasure. And so now all he had to do was kind of back up and orient this cacti with the axe heads in it with Weaver's Needle and its shadow. And if he could just orient it correctly, he would know exactly where to go. And after backing up and moving the map around a couple of times, he finally had it totally oriented, and he realized there was a path straight up ahead that would go right to the base of Weaver's Needle, and he thought, that's it, that's where I dig, there's the treasure. And so feeling excited, Dr. Ruth hopped off the donkey, he grabbed his pickaxe, and he began moving in the direction of where he was going to dig. But before he got there, he heard something behind him. He turned to look, but by the time he saw whatever was behind him, it was already too late. An explosion rang out, and then everything went dark. 10 days later, those two cowboy guides who had brought Dr. Ruth into the Superstition Mountains, they came back out to check on him, to make sure he was okay. And they found his campsite, and it was abandoned. And they searched the entire area, all the way down to Weaver's Needle and back, and there was no trace of Dr. Ruth. Over the next 45 days, a much larger search party was launched in this area to try to find Dr. Ruth, but at the end of those 45 days, there still was no sign of Dr. Ruth, and so the search was called off, and it was assumed that Dr. Ruth was dead. 3.5 months after that big search ended, so in December of 1931, another set of explorers were in the Superstition Mountains near Weaver's Needle, the big gravestone-looking rock formation, and they would discover a human skull on the ground. It was Dr. Ruth's skull, and it had 2 gaping holes in the side of it. A month after that, another set of explorers who were in the Superstition Mountains would find the rest of Dr. Ruth's skeleton located approximately 1 mile away from where his head had been found. But while the discovery of Dr. Ruth's body did provide some closure for his family, it actually only deepened the mystery of what the heck is going on in the Superstition Mountains. Because, one, despite the fact that Dr. Ruth's skull had been found with 2 holes in it, and the fact that his skull was found 1 mile away from the rest of his skeleton, authorities who investigated his death quickly said Dr. Ruth died of natural causes, and they closed the case. And the second weird thing that only deepened the mystery was when they were searching Dr. Ruth's campsite, they would find his checkbook. And inside of his checkbook, there was all this writing that was clearly from Dr. Ruth, writing his checks. And then towards the back of this book, there was a relatively fresh-looking message, and the handwriting looked totally different than Dr. Ruth's handwriting, that just said, Veni, Vidi, Vici, which in Latin means I came, I saw, I conquered. Now, we don't know who wrote this message, but the running theory is whoever very likely killed Dr. Ruth wrote this note inside of his checkbook. But we don't know why they wrote this note. Now, eventually, people began to think that because of this note that was in his checkbook, that suggests that maybe Dr. Ruth really was on the precipice of actually finally finding this treasure, and maybe the stories were right about the Superstition Mountains, that something lurks in the canyon protecting this treasure, and when it saw Dr. Ruth was about to take the treasure, this thing killed Dr. Ruth to stop him, i.e. they came, saw, and conquered Dr. Ruth. Also, adding to the strangeness of this entire story, in 1945, so 13 years after Dr. Ruth's skeleton was discovered, an adventurer named Barry Storm published a book about his journey to try to figure out what actually happened to Dr. Ruth. And he would say in this book that when he went into the Superstition Mountains, somebody started firing a gun at him from off in the distance, and after taking cover and looking, he couldn't see anybody. And then when he began taking steps farther into the canyon to continue to explore, the shots rang out again. And so Barry Storm ultimately fled the Superstition Mountains, and he would tell people that whoever was out there shooting at him, it seemed like they were shooting warning shots at him. Like, if you come any closer, I'll kill you. To this day, no one has ever actually found any hidden treasure in the Superstition Mountains, but about 9,000 people will go out there looking for the treasure every year.
During the late 1970s, the inhabitants of Scotland's largest city were subjected to a series of terrifying encounters with a hideous nocturnal entity.
Okay, that was actually pretty scary. Alright. How about one more video and we will see. So let's get a good one. Nah, I'm not gonna take this one. I don't think that's gonna live up to what I'm expecting. Okay.
There are lots of paranormal stories floating around the internet. However, very few are credible. Today, we're going to look at one that is. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to make the like button a tuna sandwich, but instead of tuna, use a can of cat food. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. In the early evening of January 23rd, 1897, a blacksmith named Erasmus Shue stoked his fire inside of his little shop in rural West Virginia and then called out to his 11-year-old helper who was in the back cleaning up. Erasmus had been planning to head home early that night. However, a last-minute order for horseshoes had just come in, and so Erasmus knew that was not going to happen. He was going to have to work late. And so he was calling for his helper to send the helper to his home, Erasmus's home, to check on Erasmus's wife, Zona. He wanted to make sure that, one, Zona knew he would be late, and two, if Zona needed anything, the helper could go out and get it for her or help around the house or whatever she needed. After the helper had left, Erasmus went back to poking at his fire, but his mind was not on the horseshoes he needed to make. Instead, it was on his wife, Zona. The couple hadn't told anyone yet, but Zona was pregnant. Erasmus and Zona had only just met a couple of months earlier, but they had fallen in love very quickly. Zona was 23 years old, and she had beautiful dark hair and dark eyes and a quick sense of humor. She was a total free spirit who had grown up on a farm, and she had never really been away from home. When Erasmus had arrived in the little village called Livesey's Mill, which was located near a river at the foot of this mountain and was right near where Zona lived, he and Zona had noticed each other right away. Erasmus, who was quite a bit older than Zona, he was 35 years old, was tall and handsome with piercing blue eyes, and he had come to this little rural town to set up his blacksmith shop. And to Zona, he was like this amazing, new, exciting thing. Zona's family, especially her mother, Mary Jane, did not approve of the fact that Zona and Erasmus had begun seeing each other, mostly because Mary Jane didn't like the fact that Erasmus was so much older than Zona. But Zona was known for being incredibly stubborn, and she loved Erasmus, and so there was just no stopping her. So in November, just a couple of months after meeting each other, Zona and Erasmus got married and they moved into a little house together, and very quickly Zona got pregnant. And both she and Erasmus were so excited about this that they wanted to go around and tell people, but early on it was clear Zona had some complications with this pregnancy. She was sick all the time and she just seemed really unwell, and the doctor who was seeing her knew that it likely had to do with her pregnancy. And so the couple decided that they should just wait and let the pregnancy develop a bit before announcing the news. So, on this late January day, Erasmus began hustling to finish these horseshoes because he really wanted to get home and be there for Zona and make sure she really was okay. And so as Erasmus thought about Zona, the steel he was heating inside of this fire was glowing bright orange and was ready to be forged into shape. And so Erasmus got his hammer and he got to work. Meanwhile, Erasmus's 11-year-old helper had arrived at Erasmus and Zona's house, and the helper walked through the gate up to the front door of this little 2-story home, and he knocked on the front door. But Zona did not come to the door, which the helper thought was odd, because Zona was someone who was always bustling around the home and was very quick to open the door and chat with neighbors. And now, standing in front of this door, the helper couldn't even hear a sound inside of the house. It was like no one was home. And so the helper knocked again, and after some more silence, he just reached down and tried the doorknob and found it was unlocked. And so he swung the door in. And right away, the helper noticed that the house was totally dark. None of the lamps were lit, even though the sun was setting fast. And so the helper stepped inside of the house and continued to call out for Mrs. Shu, but there was no answer. And at some point, as the helper turned a corner and looked towards the base of the stairs that led up to the second level, he froze. Because lying on the ground was Zona. She was lying perpendicular to how the stairs run, on her back with one arm over her chest, like she was sleeping at the foot of the stairs. And so at this point, the helper is scared. He doesn't know what's going on here. Obviously something is wrong. And so very slowly, the helper began moving closer and closer to Zona. And when he was practically right on top of her, he yelled out her name one more time. And when she didn't call back and her chest wasn't moving and she was just totally still, he knew obviously something was terribly wrong. And so the helper at this point turned around and sprinted out of the house and ran back to his own house. And when he got there, he ran inside and he told his mother that he thought Mrs. Shu, Zona, was dead. And so the mother told the helper, run back to the blacksmith shop and tell Erasmus to go home right now. I'll get the doctor. It would take the local doctor, the same one who had been treating Zona for her pregnancy complications, almost an hour to finally get to Zona's house. And when the doctor arrived, he found the 11-year-old helper and his mother and other neighbors kind of clustered around in the first floor of the home. And then when he went up to the second floor into the master bedroom, he found Erasmus, who by this point had returned, and he was sitting on his bed, and he had laid out his wife, Zona, so that she was on her back and her head was in his arms, and he was stroking her hair and rocking back and forth and crying. The doctor, of course, knew Zona and Erasmus very well because of how often he had been treating Zona for her pregnancy issues over these last few weeks, and so he felt a pit of sadness looking at this scene, but he knew he had to do his job, and so he gently walked over and he put his hand on Erasmus's shoulder, and he just said, I need to examine Zona's body. And Erasmus, at this point, he didn't even look up. He just continued to sob and rock back and forth while stroking her hair. Finally, the doctor kind of was a bit more forceful in asking Erasmus to step aside, at which point Erasmus did. He got out of the way and positioned Zona flat on the bed, and he made sure her hair was perfectly combed all around her neck. And then Erasmus knelt down right next to the bed and continued stroking his wife's hair and crying, while the doctor at this point kind of moved to the foot of the bed and began looking at Zona and beginning his examination. And the doctor would quickly confirm that yes, Zona was dead. And after looking at her pelvis and kind of moving her around, the doctor came to the conclusion that very likely Zona had passed away from pregnancy complications. Zona's funeral would be held the next day at the local cemetery at the top of this hilltop. And by this point, the word had gotten out that Zona had been pregnant when she died. And so during this funeral, everybody was staring at Erasmus, who was overcome with grief and crying so hard that he could barely catch his breath. And then right before they lowered Zona's casket into the ground, Erasmus made a point of putting his wife's favorite scarf into the coffin with her. He said his final goodbyes, he shut the casket, and then it was lowered into the ground. But while the mourners were obviously very moved by just how unbelievably grief-stricken Erasmus was, I mean, his whole family was wiped out in one blow, what really stood out to the people that attended that funeral was not Erasmus's reaction to his wife's death, but rather Zona's mother's reaction to Erasmus. During this funeral, Mary Jane, Zona's mother, didn't seem sad or grief-stricken or in any way reacting to the fact that her daughter had died. Instead, as the funeral went on, Mary Jane shamelessly glared at Erasmus with a look of pure hate and disgust on her face. And then, after the funeral was over, all the mourners wanted to go up to Mary Jane and Erasmus to pay their final respects to the family, but Mary Jane ignored all these people and promptly left the funeral without saying a word to anyone. Lately, me and old Seagull Lung have been eating pretty healthy, and so we decided last Friday to finally have a cheat meal. And so for hours we deliberated over which delicious food we were going to enjoy, and we settled on a piping hot plate of eagle tonsils and a couple of hunks of undercooked cheetah meat. Now, the next morning when we woke up, we expected to feel rejuvenated, refreshed, but instead we felt like we had spent the night before sucking down weird bird tonsils and strange exotic meats. And so as I stumbled out of my bed to go to the bathroom to vomit, Lungy was already in there, and he looks at me and he says, "Papaya, deveríamos ter ficado con HelloFresh," which of course in Portuguese means, "Papa, we should have just stuck with HelloFresh." And of course, the Lung was right, because HelloFresh offers actually good tasting food, and they deliver everything you need to make it right to your doorstep. HelloFresh cares about quality, which is why all of their seasonal ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and arrive from the farm to your table in 7 days or less. And don't worry if you're not a great cook, because HelloFresh's foolproof recipes are super easy to follow. Go to HelloFresh.com and use code MrBallin16 for 16 free meals plus free shipping. Again, that's HelloFresh.com, use code MrBallin16. Okay, back to the story. And in the days that followed Zona's funeral, Mary Jane's behavior only continued to get more and more bizarre. When neighbors would drop by Mary Jane's house to drop off food or just check in on her, Mary Jane refused to come to the door. Mary Jane basically began staying up all night. People would see there were candles lit in her bedroom at all hours, and they'd see her pacing around her room and then periodically kneeling on the ground and kind of staring off into the distance. And then on the rare occasion that Mary Jane actually left her house, she would look totally disheveled and distracted, and as she walked around town, she'd be mumbling under her breath and constantly looking over her shoulder like she was scared someone was following her. And when concerned neighbors came up to Mary when she was out of her house, she refused to make eye contact with them, didn't want to talk to them, and as fast as she could would get away from them. Whatever was going on with Mary Jane, her husband was not willing to talk about it to other people in town. However, they did notice that he had begun sleeping in the barn, so he was not even staying in the house with his wife. And then, on the morning of February 21st, so about a month after Zona had died, Mary Jane walked out of her house looking totally clean-cut. She was not disheveled. She was not looking over her shoulder. She wasn't muttering to herself. She was standing tall, moving with a purpose, looking totally coherent. And as she moved, the only emotion people could see on her face was anger. And so Mary Jane, angrily walking with a purpose, walked her way to the local prosecutor's office, and instead of knocking and waiting to be let inside, she just opened the door and barged right inside. The prosecutor knew Mary Jane and knew how strange she had been acting over these last few weeks, and so when she came inside, he was alarmed at her sudden presence, but he was also pretty curious as to what was going on. And so when she came in and demanded to speak to him, he was happy to go into his office and take a meeting kind of simply out of curiosity. But once the two of them sat down in his office, Mary Jane proceeded to tell this prosecutor this totally outlandish story about her dead daughter, Zona, that at first made the prosecutor think, okay, clearly Mary Jane has lost her mind. That's what's been going on over the past few weeks. All this grief of losing her daughter has caused her to kind of snap. But by the end of these 2 hours that Mary Jane seemed to just be kind of rambling about this story about her daughter, the prosecutor started to realize that what she was saying kind of made a lot of sense, and his suspicions began to rise and rise. And so once Mary Jane was done telling this wild story about Zona, the prosecutor was convinced that what Mary Jane was saying had to be true, and so he knew they needed to dig Zona up. And so after Mary Jane had left, the prosecutor ran to the local doctor's house, the same doctor who had been treating Zona and then also looked at her after she died. And the prosecutor would tell the doctor that, hey, we need to exhume Zona and you need to examine her again. And the doctor at first was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? But then after hearing what the prosecutor had to say about this crazy story that Mary Jane had just told him, the doctor agreed that, okay, yeah, we do need to do this. And so the next day, February 22nd, a team of men with shovels, along with the prosecutor and the doctor, headed up to the Hilltop Cemetery where Zona was buried, and they dug her casket up, and then they carried the casket down to the local schoolhouse. And then once she was inside, the workers lifted her body, which was fairly well preserved because the ground was so cold. They lifted her body out and they placed it on a table, and then everybody left except for the doctor and the prosecutor. And once the room was clear, the doctor and the prosecutor began examining Zona all over again. And within about 30 seconds of this re-examination of Zona's body, basically at the exact same time, the doctor and the prosecutor, who were on either sides of the body, saw the thing that Mary Jane had alluded to in her wild story about her daughter. And so the doctor and the prosecutor, they're seeing this thing, they look up at each other and they can't believe it. Mary Jane's story had to be true. The following is Mary Jane's wild story. On the day of Zona's funeral, even though Mary Jane was overcome with grief over losing her daughter, the feeling that she really was harboring was hatred towards Erasmus. She hated Erasmus, she had always hated him, but now it was like her daughter is dead and she's forced to watch this guy sob and cry over her daughter's casket, when in her mind she's like, this funeral is about her, it's not about you. And so the whole funeral, she's just staring at Erasmus, channeling all of her energy towards hating him. But then, as she's doing this, a new emotion began to creep up on her that she couldn't quite describe. Basically, it felt like something was terribly wrong. And intuitively, Mary Jane felt like the only person who could explain what this thing was that was wrong kind of in her life somewhere was her daughter, Zona, who was obviously dead. And so this feeling that something is terribly wrong, it completely consumed Mary Jane's mind. And so by the end of the funeral, she wasn't mad at Erasmus. She was just thinking, how do I get in touch with my daughter? I need to get answers from my daughter. And so when the funeral ended, Mary Jane just left the funeral as fast as she could. She went home, she went into her bedroom, and she knelt down and she began to pray. Not for peace or strength in this difficult time, but instead, she prayed for her daughter's ghost to appear to her and tell her what was wrong. And for the next month, that is all Mary Jane did. She was obsessed with this idea that she needed to basically conjure her daughter's ghost to tell her what this thing was that was wrong. And so that was why she was acting totally crazy. All she did was pray and then look for signs that her daughter's ghost had come or was on her way. And so she'd be up all night kind of looking around, hoping her daughter would suddenly appear. And then when she would go outside, the reason she was muttering is because she was still praying under her breath, and she was always looking over her shoulders because she thought her daughter would appear any moment. And then finally, one night in the middle of February, so this is a month into Mary Jane's attempts to conjure her daughter's ghost, she was in her room, she was praying like she normally did with all of her candles lit, and all of a sudden, as she's kneeling down praying, this bright light appears in the middle of her room. And as this light suddenly appeared, the room began to get really cold. And Mary Jane is staring at this light thinking, this is my daughter. But then just as quickly as the light and the cold that came with it had appeared, it disappeared. And so Mary Jane was both really excited because she felt like, okay, the prayers are working. That had to be my daughter's ghost or some sign that my daughter's ghost is going to come here. And so Mary Jane just doubled down on her prayers. She knew she was close to getting her daughter to show up. And so over the next 2 days, that bright light would appear 2 more times, and each time it would just quickly disappear. But again, Mary Jane is thinking, okay, something's happening, my prayers are working. And then finally, on the 4th night, as Mary Jane is in her bedroom praying, the light appears in the middle of her room. It starts to get cold, but then instead of the light disappearing, Mary Jane would describe seeing her daughter kind of step out of this light and suddenly appear in the room. Mary Jane said that her daughter was dressed all in black and her skin was very pale and her eyes were these dark pits and her hair was straight down right over her shoulders and she was staring at her mother. And Mary Jane, when she saw this, even though she had been trying for a month to get her daughter's ghost to appear, now that it seemed to be happening, she was terrified. And so Mary Jane began backing up right as this ghost begins walking towards Mary Jane. But then Mary Jane, as she's up against the wall, tells herself, you have to be strong. You need to talk to the ghost. You need to figure out what's wrong. And the only question that Mary Jane was able to come up with was, how did you die? And when she asked this question, Zona's ghost came to a stop. And then when Zona opened her mouth, dirt poured out. And then with a raspy, low voice, she began to tell her mother a story. She told her that Erasmus appeared to be this wonderful person to the community, but behind closed doors, he was a monster. He hit her and screamed at her over the littlest things. And then on the night of January 22nd, so one day before Zona would be discovered at the base of the stairs by Erasmus's helper, Zona's ghost would tell Mary Jane that Erasmus had become enraged at Zona over the food she had made that night for dinner. He had wanted meat and she had made something else, and so he was furious. And when Zona tried to tell Erasmus that she would make more food, or there was other food for him to eat, to just please calm down, Erasmus stood up and he grabbed Zona by the neck and he lifted her off the ground. And right at this moment in this story that Zona's ghost is telling Mary Jane, the ghost would stop speaking, and this look of abject terror would come across the ghost's face, as if she was suddenly reliving this moment that happened with Erasmus. And as she's standing there with this horrible look on her face, the ghost began to levitate off the ground, and then it opened its mouth. And as it did, no sound came out, but instead, it was like all the air in the room was getting sucked into this ghost's open mouth. And then all of a sudden, there was this loud cracking sound as the ghost's head suddenly violently whipped around 180 degrees, but the ghost's body was still facing towards Mary Jane. And after this happened, Mary Jane is sitting there totally dumbstruck, and the ghost suddenly drops back down onto the ground, still with their chest facing Mary Jane, but their face pointing behind them. And then Zona's ghost turned around and began walking out of the room, and because she had turned her body around, that meant her head, which was facing the wrong way, was now oriented towards Mary Jane again, and Mary Jane would say the ghost was smiling. And then right before Zona's ghost left, she would say to her mother, "Now do you see what he did to me?" And then Zona just vanished, and the room became warm again, and Mary Jane, who was suddenly feeling so exhausted, just sat down on the bed and wept. Mary Jane had, the next morning, promptly gotten up and rushed to the prosecutor's office and told him the story of seeing her daughter's ghost and how the ghost had told her that Erasmus had throttled her and that was what killed her. Now, the prosecutor was really moved by Mary Jane's story, but it was when he rushed to the doctor to ask about re-examining Zona's body to see if she had marks on her neck from where she could have been throttled. That was when the doctor actually told the prosecutor that when he did the examination of Zona's body on the day she was found, he would say that Erasmus spent the entire examination at the head of the bed, cradling Zona's head and brushing her hair. But now that he was thinking about it, he could have been covering up her neck with the hair. And then also they thought about the funeral when, right before Zona was lowered into the ground, Erasmus placed a scarf claiming it was his wife's favorite around her neck when she was buried. Again, perhaps trying to conceal the fact that there were marks on her neck. And when they did exhume Zona's body and they removed that scarf that Erasmus had placed, they would see there were marks all over her neck that looked like fingerprints. And then upon further examination, they would see that her neck was actually dislocated and that her windpipe had been crushed. Erasmus would be arrested for the murder of his wife just minutes after the doctor and prosecutor, basically at the same time, saw the marks on Zona's neck during their re-examination. During Erasmus's trial, Mary Jane would take the stand and she would tell the story of her daughter's ghost coming to her and explaining that Erasmus had killed her. And the testimony was so compelling that the jury found Erasmus guilty, even though there was no motive. Basically, they convicted him on the strength of Mary Jane's ghost story. Erasmus would be sentenced to life in prison, but he would die just 3 years after being incarcerated from a mystery illness that passed through the prison. It would also turn out that Erasmus had been married 2 times before marrying Zona. One of his wives had divorced him for being abusive. The other wife died in a freak accident when she was helping Erasmus fix their chimney when all of a sudden a brick fell loose and hit her in the head. Today, there is a plaque right near the cemetery in West Virginia where Zona was buried that reads in part, "Only known case in which testimony from a ghost helped convict a murderer." So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure to check out our podcast, which has hundreds more stories, many of which are not on YouTube. They are exclusive to the podcast. So if you like this kind of storytelling, you can find much more of it on our podcast. It's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available exclusively on Amazon Music.
Okay. That was actually kind of interesting. The only known case that a ghost helped convict the murderer. Wow. Okay, that actually was very intriguing. Alright. You know what? I want one more. Just one more. Yeah? Wait. Hello, Amar. It's been a while. How are you? We're just chilling with some Mr. Ballin. I am going to check if I can actually log into Minecraft now, just to see if they fixed their issue. Because I actually want to show you guys what I found in the Nether, which took me 3 days to find, because I followed 3 different sets of instructions, and eventually I figured, you know what, I'm just gonna run in one direction, fuck it, let's go, and I stumbled upon it. You're gonna let me sign in? Ah, you little shits. That would be a no. Oh, hang on. Alright, let me fix that, Okay, how do I do that again? Okay, go scrolling down. There. There we go. Fixed. Well done. Fixed. Wait, paranormal event with proof. Do we want that, or do we want something else? Okay, secret group of geniuses kill for fun. What? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, kind of intriguing. Blue-haired woman terrifies authorities. I'm intrigued.
This story is about a baffling disappearance that happened in 2020 in a forest in California. But the most unique part of this disappearance is the incredibly spooky twist that happened very recently. This twist is something that the Madera County Sheriff's Office, who is in charge of investigating this disappearance, they're still trying to wrap their head around what even happened. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please sign the like button up for your very casual, very friendly, slow machine pitch baseball league. But when it's their turn at bat, switch the machine out for a grenade launcher. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
Not me. Blue-haired woman terrifies authorities. That's not me, okay? I didn't disappear. I'm right here. Also, I may have been lurking. That's fine. Okay, let's get back to it. I am a feline. I have ears. She does not. Shush.
On March 11th, 2020, the World Health Organization declared that the COVID-19 outbreak was so bad that it had become a global pandemic, which meant this new highly infectious disease had spread virtually everywhere on the planet. And so around the time this global pandemic announcement was made, governments around the world began instructing their citizens to stay home and avoid all physical contact with other people outside of the people that you lived with. The idea being these quarantine measures would help stop the spread of the virus. Initially, world leaders and citizens believed these quarantine measures would have a dramatic impact and it would stop the spread, and before long, COVID would be under control and life would just kind of magically go back to normal. But unfortunately, that is not what happened. By June, so 3 months into the global pandemic, positive COVID cases were only going up, not down. And so it was around that point in June that people all over the world were starting to come to terms with the reality that COVID was not this simple problem with a simple solution. It was a complex health issue that likely was going to be around for a long time, which also meant these strict quarantine measures also would likely be around for some time. Now, the efficacy of these quarantine measures were quickly called into question, and it was all over the news, and politicians, all they wanted to talk about was, do these measures work? Is it having an effect on the spread of the virus? But for everyday people, the real concern was not politics, it was practicality. How do you live a full and happy life in quarantine? In June of that year, 54-year-old Sandra Hughes was pondering that question. To that point, her life had really not gone the way she had planned it. She had been married, twice actually, but both relationships had ended in divorce, and she had never had children. She lived in beautiful Maui, Hawaii, but she hadn't really lived there long enough to consider it her home, and prior to that, for the bulk of her adult life, she'd kind of lived this nomad lifestyle, bouncing around all over the country, and so really she had never developed a home of sorts. She was an accountant by trade, but in college, she had studied not just accounting, but also wilderness survival, which she happened to be incredible at and was very passionate about. Growing up, she had always been a big outdoor enthusiast, and so she had always thought one day she would become a park ranger, and so that's why she was studying wilderness survival in college. But as these things go, after she graduated college, she did not become a park ranger. She became an accountant, and now, 30 years later, here she was. However, in June of that year, with COVID quarantine restrictions putting her and everyone else's life basically on pause, Sandra suddenly saw an opportunity, and that was to embrace this break from reality and spend this strange time in history back out in nature, getting back in touch with her roots as an outdoor survivalist. And so at the end of that June, Sandra would sell her place in Maui and she would move to Madera County, California, which is located smack dab in the center of California, situated just south of Yosemite National Park and just north of the Sierra National Forest. Then on June 26th, after Sandra had gotten settled in her new place in California, she would contact her family and tell them that she planned on going on this extended solo camping trip in the Sierra National Forest, and that she would be in touch with them in the coming weeks when she was back out. To Sandra, this trip was going to bring her lots of happiness and fulfillment, and it was going to allow her to continue to adhere to quarantine guidelines because she'd be all alone. Shortly after speaking with her family on the 26th, Sandra loaded up all of her camping equipment into her silver Saab sedan, and then she would drive from her place south and then east a little over an hour until she was deep inside of the Sierra National Forest. At some point, she would leave the main road and she would hop onto a bumpy dirt road that kind of wound through the forest, and that road would bring her out to an area called the Johnson Meadows. The Johnson Meadows are absolutely gorgeous. It looks straight out of a postcard. It's basically a stretch of beautiful green meadows, and then around the perimeter of those meadows are the thick trees of the Sierra National Forest, and then beyond those trees are the snow-capped Sierra Mountains. But despite its beauty, the Johnson Meadows are actually fairly dangerous. It's a very isolated part of the Sierra National Forest, and there are lots of cougars and bears and other natural hazards in the area, so it's not really a place you go unless you're prepared to be there. And Sandra was certainly that, both in terms of her survival experience and the gear she brought with her. So when Sandra drove her car right up to the edge of the Johnson Meadows, she parked her car off to the side of the road so as not to block the road, and then she got out, she collected her things from the trunk, and then she threw it over her shoulder and began hiking into the middle of the Johnson Meadows to look for a place to set up her campsite. 6 days later, on July 2nd, some hikers came out of the tree line into Johnson Meadows and began walking across the center of it. And as they're walking along, they notice up ahead what looks like a tent and a campsite. They don't see anybody near it, but they clearly see someone is camping in the middle of Johnson Meadows. And so this is totally not unusual. Lots of people go hiking and camping in this area. And so these hikers just began kind of creating a wide berth around this person's campsite because they didn't want to cut right through the middle of it as they went across the meadow. But as they're making this kind of wide berth around this campsite, they looked over at it, and as they passed by it, they noticed that the campsite was definitely abandoned, and it looked totally destroyed, like a tornado had crossed right across it. And so when they were parallel with this campsite, the hikers decided to actually go over and look at it and see what was going on. And so they walked over to this campsite and they're looking around and they see there's a backpack that's clearly been dumped out and all of its contents are strewn around all over the ground. There's unopened cans of food, there's papers and documents, the tent is in ruins. I mean, the place is just a total mess. And so the hikers didn't really know what to make of this. They couldn't tell if a person had kind of intentionally ransacked this site or if maybe an animal had come through. But as a precaution, they marked down on their map where this destroyed campsite was, and then they hiked out of the forest, and when they were back in cell phone range, they called the Madera County Sheriff's Office and they reported the site. And so later that day, some Madera County sheriffs made their way out to Johnson Meadows, and sure enough, the campsite is still there, it's still in ruins, and it's still abandoned. And so they would search the campsite and they would find some ID cards, and the name on those ID cards was Sandra Hughes. The sheriffs would leave the forest and get in touch with Sandra's family to find out if they knew why Sandra had left her campsite the way she had. But when Sandra's family heard about the state of Sandra's campsite, they had an immediate and definitive reaction to it. They told the sheriffs that Sandra was incredibly environmentally conscious and was very cleanly, and so she would never, ever leave her campsite looking that way on purpose. Something else had to have happened. The family would also tell the sheriffs that they had not spoken with Sandra since the 26th when she started her trip, and so they had no idea where she could be now. And so naturally, the family was concerned, the sheriffs were concerned, and so that day they filed an official missing person report. Over the next 2 days, a massive search was launched in Johnson Meadows and the surrounding area to look for Sandra. And so hundreds of people were out on foot, they had sniffer dogs out, there were helicopters in the air, and during the search, the Madera County Sheriff's Office was interviewing anybody who was out there, hikers, campers, and asking them if they had had any contact with Sandra, because Sandra was actually quite distinctive looking. Before she left for this trip, she had dyed her hair blue. But unfortunately, no one had seen Sandra, and despite this massive search effort over these first 2 days, nothing new was discovered that could lead authorities to where she had gone. But then on July 4th, so 2 days into her disappearance, Sandra Hughes was spotted. Before we get to the rest of today's video, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, NordVPN. I used to be just like you, spending every waking second combing the internet looking for the perfect pictures of a gift horse's mouth to give to the like button, only to be rudely interrupted by rudely interrupted by pesky pop-up ads. But my entire life changed when I found out about NordVPN. A VPN, or virtual private network, is a service that keeps you safe when you browse the internet, and NordVPN is the name brand in that space. Not only will NordVPN ensure that your data stays safely behind their wall of next-generation encryption, but also, through their newest feature, Threat Protection, they will block all those pesky pop-up ads that keep ruining your gift horse mouth picture buying gift horse mouth picture that keep ruining your gift horse mouth picture buying experience. NordVPN's threat protection also protects their users from malicious sites, downloads, and trackers. In short, with NordVPN, your internet browsing will be safer, smoother, and full of many more pictures of gift horses' mouths to give to the like button. So, if that sounds as enticing as I think it does, then you need to check out NordVPN. And you're in luck, because the very best offer NordVPN has right now is through my YouTube offer. Right now, NordVPN is offering viewers an exclusive 2-year plan at a massive discount, plus 1 month free when you go to nordvpn.com/MrBallin. And this offer is risk-free because Nord has a 30-day money-back guarantee. Again, go to nordvpn.com/MrBallin or just click on the link in the description below. Pop-up ads! Okay, back to the story. Some hikers were cutting through the Johnson Meadows area, and they saw this woman who was just standing off to the side of the meadow. She was by herself. She had no gear with her. She was barefoot. She had a black shirt on. She had blue jeans on. She had a bruise on her face, and she was just kind of standing there as if she was waiting for something. And as these hikers walked past her, they definitely noticed her, but she didn't wave them down. She didn't act distressed. She didn't look like she needed any help. They just kind of saw this person minding their own business, and they walked right on past her. It wasn't until those hikers got to the parking lot that they saw all these missing person flyers out for Sandra Hughes, and they would see the picture of Sandra, and they would see her distinctive blue hair, that they would say, oh my goodness, the barefoot woman we just saw standing in the forest is Sandra Hughes. And so the hikers called the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office got really jazzed up. They headed out to where they had claimed to have seen her, but there was no sign of her, and there was nothing left behind that would indicate where she might have gone. The following day, on July 5th, Sandra's vehicle was located, but Sandra was not with it. It was found 5 miles north of where her destroyed campsite was in Johnson Meadows, and the vehicle was actually at the bottom of a ravine, and this ravine was right next to a winding forest road. And so after looking at the damage on the front of the car, authorities believed Sandra was driving the car on that road and then hit a tree, and then she rolled off the embankment down to the bottom of the ravine. There was no blood inside the vehicle, so it wasn't immediately clear if this accident had actually done any physical harm to Sandra. But the most significant thing about the discovery of this vehicle was the state of Sandra's personal effects that had been in the vehicle. Clearly, after the vehicle had come to a stop at the bottom of the ravine, someone had pulled out all of the things inside of the car, all of Sandra's personal things, and kind of thrown them carelessly all over the forest floor, as if they were kind of rummaging through her car looking for something, throwing things as they went. And the Madera County sheriffs couldn't help but think that this was eerily similar to how her campsite looked in Johnson Meadows, where all of her personal effects had just kind of been chucked all over the place. At this point, authorities did not believe Sandra was actively trying to evade them. Instead, they thought, maybe Sandra got hurt, maybe back at the campsite or even during this car accident, and the injury has impaired her cognitive abilities, and so now, maybe she's lost in the woods and doesn't know what's going on. There was some discussion about foul play maybe being involved, but that was largely discounted. And so a decision was made to just leave her vehicle where it was at the bottom of the ravine, thinking, maybe Sandra is going to come back to this vehicle, and maybe that's why all these things have been strewn around, because she's coming back and looking for something. And so authorities left a note in the window of her vehicle that said, hey, Sandra, we're looking for you. Please call this number if you see this. And then at the bottom of this note, it said, your family really misses you. The search for Sandra would continue over the next several days with a new focus around the area where the car had been found, but nothing new was discovered. Then, on the evening of July 12th, so 1 week after the vehicle was discovered, a team of searchers had made their way 2.5 miles north of the vehicle, and they were actually inside of Yosemite National Park. They were barely inside, and they were right up along this lake called the Spotted Lake. Now, this is an area that's very difficult to get to. There are no main roads that get there. There are no main trails that get there. And so the searchers, they're up in this very rugged part of Yosemite, and as they're walking along with their flashlights out, they see a sleeping bag, and it's laying out right in the middle of the ground, in the middle of nowhere, and it looks like it's been used recently, and it would turn out that sleeping bag was Sandra's. But again, when they brought all the searchers out to that area and they searched all around the Spotted Lake and all over this area, there was no sign of Sandra. At this point, authorities were totally baffled. On a map, Johnson Meadows, where her first campsite was, then her vehicle, and then this sleeping bag were all more or less in a straight line going south to north. It was almost like Sandra, from the day she went missing, had just begun slowly working her way to the north, but she was doing it without any equipment and most likely barefoot in an area that was steep and rugged and dangerous and full of cougars and bears. And so authorities knew if they didn't find her soon, even if she was doing this on purpose, she was likely going to succumb to the elements. The search for Sandra would continue for another week after the discovery of her sleeping bag, but by that time, by July 20th, there hadn't been any new developments. No one had seen Sandra, there were no new leads, and so unfortunately, the authorities had to scale back their search. About 3 weeks later, on August 9th, 2 hunters were driving down this very desolate forest road, located several miles to the east of where Sandra's car had been found. And as they're driving along, they turn this corner, and as soon as they do, they look up ahead and they see there's this woman. Now, she's not standing on the road or even right next to the road. She's kind of tucked up a ways on this hillside in the trees, and she's leaning up against a tree. And so the hunters are looking at her and they're seeing that she's got no equipment with her. There's no backpack, there's nothing, no tent, and there's no other people anywhere. I mean, they're in a very isolated part of this forest, and it's odd to see people here to begin with, let alone this woman who's just kind of casually standing up against a tree. And so the hunters, they're like, okay, let's drive up and see if she needs something. And so they pull up right up alongside her. She's still, 10, 15 feet away from them, tucked up in the trees. And so they roll their windows down and they're looking up at her, trying to kind of flag her and get her attention. But the woman is not paying attention to them at all. She just continues to prop herself up against this tree and just kind of stares off into the distance. And so the hunters, they're looking up at her thinking, what's going on with this woman? And they kind of called out to her. They tried to wave her down, but there was nothing. There was no interactions with them. And so ultimately the hunters thought, okay, well, we don't know what this woman's doing, but it seems like she's here on purpose and she doesn't seem like she's in distress. She doesn't look hurt. And so they just decided to carry on. And so they drove off. And then later that day, they would see one of the missing person flyers for Sandra Hughes. And they saw the blue hair in the picture and they were like, oh my goodness, the woman we saw standing up against the tree in the middle of the forest was that woman, Sandra Hughes. The hunters would contact the Madera County Sheriff's Office and report this sighting, and they would describe Sandra as looking slightly thinner than the picture of her on her missing person flyer, and they would also say she was wearing overalls and a floral t-shirt, which was interesting to sheriffs because the last time Sandra was sighted, which was on July 4th, when those hikers had seen her barefoot with a bruise on her face near Johnson Meadows, she had been wearing a black shirt and blue jeans. And so clearly she had changed her outfit, but that didn't really make any sense because she had left all of her things at the campsite and her car, and so the whole situation was just totally weird to the sheriffs. But regardless, they headed out to that road where the hunters had seen Sandra, but like always, Sandra was not there, and there was no sign she had ever been there. After this, Sandra's case went cold, and so authorities and her family began to brace for the reality that they likely would never see her again. But there was one more terrifying twist coming. A year later, on Wednesday, July 21st, 2021, Jake Gorba, his wife Victoria, and their 3 young children were driving in Jake's off-roading vehicle up the steep forest road in the middle of Sierra National Forest on their way to the top of Shut-Eye Peak. Shut-Eye Peak is a mountain in the Sierra National Forest with stunning panoramic views from the top, and it's located about 5 miles to the south of Johnson Meadows, where Sandra's first campsite was discovered. So Jake and his family, they're driving their way up this long, bumpy, winding forest road, making their way towards the top of Shut-Eye Peak, and when they get about halfway, the kids in the back start complaining that they're hungry. And so Jake and Victoria, they decide, you know what, let's just pull over at the next natural stopping point and we'll have a quick lunch and then we'll continue on the rest of the way. And as luck would have it, the road they were on would actually level off and lead them to this kind of short, flat section of the mountain. And in this flat section was this beautiful little meadow that butted up against some trees. And so Jake and his wife thought this is a great place to stop and have a little picnic. And so he pulled his truck over on the side of the road, he parked it, he turned the engine off, and then as Jake and his wife are kind of gathering up their things before they get out of the vehicle to go prepare this picnic lunch, they hear their 3-year-old son, named Caden, who's in the back seat right near a window, start talking. And so Jake and Victoria instinctively turned around to see who Caden was talking to, and they saw Caden was not talking to himself, he was not talking to his siblings, he was turned and looking out his open window, looking across this small meadow into the forest, engaged in some sort of intense conversation with somebody outside. And so Jake and Victoria, they see their son and they look out the window in the direction he's looking and talking, and they don't see anyone. And so Victoria, she looks at her son and goes, "Caden, who are you talking to?" And what he would say to her would send goosebumps all over her body. And in fact, what would happen over the next several minutes from that point onward was so unsettling that Jake and Victoria decided, you know what, we're not going to the top of Shut-Eye Peak. We're turning around and we're leaving. And so they would speed out of the forest and they would get back home. And that night, Victoria would make a Facebook post about what her son said and this terrifying ordeal they experienced on Shut-Eye Peak, and she would post it. And that night, the Madera County Sheriff's Office would reach out to Victoria via a Facebook message, and they would tell her, "Hey, we saw your post. Can we please speak to you and your son?" And so the next day, the sheriffs met up with the Gorba family, and after speaking with Caden and hearing what he had to say, they would leave that exchange just as unsettled as Caden's parents. The day before, when Victoria turned around and looked at Caden and said, "Who are you talking to?" Caden would turn away from the window and look at his mom, and he would say, "There's a woman out there and she needs our help." And he starts pointing out the window. And so again, Jake and Victoria, they look from their son back out the window into the tree line, which is where Caden is pointing, and they don't see anyone. And so they turn back to Caden and they say, "Honey, we don't see anyone out there." And Caden, at this point, he becomes emphatic and he says, "Mom, you gotta trust me. She's right there. She needs our help. She's lying face down. Her legs are straight up and she's dead." And so at this point, Victoria and Jake are looking at their son thinking, what's going on here? Jake promptly hops out of the car and just starts running into the woods to see what's going on. Is there a person out here? But he's out there looking around and there's no one. And while he's out there, his son is pointing in the direction of where he is, claiming there's this woman right near him. And so Jake's looking around thinking, there's no one out here. I have no idea what my son's on about. And so he's spooked. He runs back to the car. And when he gets inside, Caden is still looking out the window. He's pointing and he's talking to this dead woman that needs their help. And so Jake and Victoria, they were horrified. They turned around, they left. And then that night, when Victoria made that Facebook post, she included in the post what this woman apparently looked like based on what Caden said. And what Caden said was she had a black t-shirt on, blue jeans on, and blue hair. And so when the Madera County Sheriff's Office saw this post that described seeing a person in a black shirt, blue jeans, and blue hair, they knew that description matched Sandra Hughes. And so when the sheriffs met up with the Gorba family, they brought with them a lineup of several women, and they went right up to Caden, and without giving him any extra information, they just showed him all these pictures of all these women. And they said, "Caden, can you identify in any of these pictures the woman you saw in the woods?" And Caden looks at these pictures, and he picks out 3 pictures. All 3 are Sandra Hughes. The sheriffs, along with Caden and his father, they would return to that section of Shut-Eye Peak to search the tree line near the meadow to see if there was any sign of Sandra or any indication that she had been there, but like always, there was nothing. As of today, we still have no idea where Sandra is or what happened to her, and nobody has any idea what to make of the very strange sightings of her that occurred after she went missing. It's all just one big mystery. If anyone has any information about Sandra Hughes, you are encouraged to contact the Madera County Sheriff's Office. The number is right here and also in the description. So that's
Okay, that was spooky. No, I do love Mr. Ballin's video. He has very good take on everything. These are actual things that happened. Everything that he does in his videos is actual things that happened to people, actual real individuals, both in the past and, well, like pretty much over 100 years ago or further in the past, or more recently, around the time that we are living. Yeah, it is. Welcome back, Amar. And Vampire Gremlin, you did... Cougars have been around for quite a long time, and the animal that is named the cougar is pretty much a mountain lion, and they live extensively in the mountains. So if you see a big kitty out there, pray it don't spot you, because those things are fast. It's like, I hope you have a repellent or something, or a very fast way to get down without hurting yourself, because that thing spot you, you dead. You're by yourself. Dead. So I do not recommend going near a cougar or a mountain lion. Cougars are pretty much just a different name for a mountain lion. Because, well, they do prey on those who are younger than them. I guess, in some sense. Okay, that was actually terrifying as to no end, but apparently she terrified authorities without actually realizing it, I guess. So she was probably very hurt. Nobody knew what happened. We still don't know what happened. I pray that they find something. Well, I at least hope they find something within the next decade. Or at least, you know, this year maybe, hopefully. Someone go and, you know, find her, please. So, do we want to see how stupid someone is? Okay, let's see. The authorities knew there was a monster out there and did nothing. Okay, that's not a good thing to watch right now. That was terrifying and sad. Had to make a special law because of him. What? Favorite pastime? Doing what? Finding bodies? I don't fucking know. Oh, yeah, okay. So, they had to make a special law because of him. Or do we take... She ignored the warning siren. Okay, siren or... like, warning siren or special law? Which one do you want? This is gonna be the last video I watch. These are actual true things that happened. This is literally what it is. Ghosts of Flight was actually really, really interesting. Special law? Okay. Alright, special law it is. Anyone going to protest this, or are we watching it? Alright. Going once. Alright, think about it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I've been drinking a lot of water. So I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Let's go watch They Had to Make a Special Law because 1 year ago. Let's dive in.
Late at night on August 15th, 2019, 2 police officers in England were driving in an unmarked police car along this narrow, winding road when all of a sudden, right in front of them, another car came bombing down the road towards them. And so both cars came to a screeching stop, and then one occupant from this other car got out of their vehicle, and one of the officers got out of their vehicle. What happened next was so horrific that a special law was passed to make sure it never happened again. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please remove the prong in all of the like buttons belts. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On July 18th, 2019, 28-year-old Andrew Harper scrawled a little note inside of a card, and then he folded the card up, he slipped it into its envelope, and he handed that envelope off to a nearby friend. And this friend, after getting this envelope and Andrew's directions for what to do with it, he left Andrew's room and began walking down the hall all the way towards the other side of the Ardington house. The Ardington house, where they were staying, is this beautiful mansion built in the 1700s that sits on about 30 acres of gardens and parklands, and it's located about an hour west of London in the English countryside. Once Andrew's friend, with this letter in hand, had walked all the way across the mansion and had found the room he was looking for, he gently knocked on the door, and then after being led inside, he made his way right over to 28-year-old Lissy Beckett, and he handed her the envelope. Lissy and Andrew had grown up in the same town of Wallingford, which is a small rural town about 10 miles away from where they were at the Ardington house. And from the time Lissy and Andrew had met each other when they were 15 years old, they had become totally inseparable. It was truly love at first sight. And now, 13 years later, they were finally getting married. And so Lissy, after getting this envelope, she saw the writing on the outside of it and knew it was from her fiancé. And so she smiled, she opens up this letter, and she reads what's inside. And it just said, "Life is slippery. Here, take my hand." While on the surface, this little note seemed like nothing more than a romantic gesture from Andrew, in reality, those 7 words contained in that card were a great representation of who Andrew really was. He was a protector. Ever since Lissy could remember, Andrew had always been so concerned with her safety. And for that matter, anybody around Andrew was just worried about and wanted to make sure everybody was taken care of. And as Andrew got older and grew to be this massive 6'5" tall man, his natural inclination to protect other people only became more pronounced. While Andrew was known for being incredibly charming and friendly and approachable, at a moment's notice, he could flip the switch and literally step in and use his big frame to protect anybody that needed protecting, no questions asked. And so it came as no shock to Lissy, or really anybody who knew Andrew, when Andrew, at the age of 19, became a special constable or volunteer police officer for the Thames Valley Police Department. This police department was the same one that oversaw Wallingford, where he and Lissy had grown up, and also the surrounding areas. And just a year after becoming a special constable, Andrew had done such an amazing job that he was hired on by the Thames Valley Police Department to be a regular constable, so a full-fledged police officer. And over the following years that he was a regular constable, Andrew's hard work and dedication would quickly make him one of the most well-respected and well-liked police officers on the force. In fact, just a few weeks before he sent off that letter to Lissy on the day of their wedding, Andrew had been promoted. He had been assigned to the road policing unit within the Thames Valley Police Department, and what that meant was, in addition to a host of new responsibilities on a day-to-day basis, Andrew would now become one of the police officers who would immediately respond to any emergency call that came in. He was basically a front lines police officer now. And so, of course, this meant Andrew's job just became a lot more dangerous, but for Andrew, that didn't matter at all, because to him, the most important thing was protecting people in need. And so this promotion just gave him a bigger opportunity to do that. And so Lissy, after reading this little note that Andrew had just sent her, she set it down on the table, and now with a big grin on her face, she finished getting ready, and then that afternoon, she and Andrew would walk down the aisle, and they would say, "I do," in front of their families and their closest friends, and then that evening, after the newlyweds had had their first dance as a married couple, they would tell each other that this was the happiest day of their lives. 28 days later, on August 15th, Andrew, along with his partner, who also was named Andrew, his name was Andrew Shaw, they were conducting a surveillance operation in a town called Reading. Reading is a town about 30 minutes south of Wallingford. Just after 11 p.m., the men finally decided it was time to shut down their operation and head back home. Their shift had actually ended 4 hours earlier, but being hardworking and diligent police officers, they had worked overtime because they knew it would help their unit. But now at 11 p.m. they were totally exhausted, and so as they're kind of yawning and packing up their things, Shaw, who was driving, would fire up the engine of the unmarked BMW car they were in, and then once it was on, he would pull away from the curb, and they would start heading north. At the same time, a very distressed man who lived not far from where Andrew and Shaw had just been doing surveillance, he called 999 and he told the dispatcher that just a few moments ago, this gray sedan had pulled up his driveway and stopped right outside of his property. Now, this man's property was off of a road called Admore Lane, which was this winding one-lane country road that had very little traffic, and there was not that many properties off of it. And so for anybody to pull on to this man's property would have caught his attention, let alone a car pulling onto his property in the middle of the night. And so as soon as the man had seen these headlights coming up his driveway, he had gone to the window and watched, wondering, what is this person doing? Had they turned onto the wrong property? Are they going to turn around and leave? But to his horror, once this car had stopped right outside of his house, 3 masked men who were carrying weapons of some kind got out of the vehicle. And so at that point, the man had frantically dialed 999, and as he's trying to describe the situation to the dispatcher, he suddenly tells the dispatcher, as he's looking out the window, that he thinks these men are here to steal his quad bike. His quad bike was parked right outside of his detached garage, and he saw them walking towards it. And so he tells the dispatcher, who's already told him that police are on the way, he tells the dispatcher, "I can't wait any longer. I'm going out to confront them and stop them from stealing my bike." The dispatcher yells at him not to and says, "They have weapons, stay in your house." But this guy's not listening, and so he runs to his front door, he opens the front door up, but by the time he's looking outside, the gray car, the 3 masked men, they're all gone, and so too is his quad bike. And so he goes back in the house, he's talking to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher says, "Look, just stay at your house, the police are on the way, they will intercept that car, they'll get your quad bike back." And so seconds later, a call went out over the radio to Thames Valley Police to go and intercept this gray car on Admore Lane. So whoever was closest, go over there, but be advised, the occupants of this car are 3 masked men that are armed and dangerous. Now, Andrew and Shaw, when they heard this call, they would have known that they were not the only officers that could have taken this call. And they also would have known that they've been off the clock now for like 4.5 hours. There was no expectation that they would continue to work and go take this call. But they didn't care at all. When that call came across, the only thing they thought about was, do your job. And so Shaw, he whips the car around and he speeds towards Admore Lane and he pulls off of the main road called the A4. He gets onto Admore Lane and he starts driving north. Now, as soon as they turned onto that road, their vehicle effectively blocked the way for anybody coming the other direction. And so at this point, they're expecting this gray car full of these masked men to be coming in their direction, and they are now blocking the way. And so Andrew and Shaw, as soon as they get on that road, they know a close quarters confrontation is almost guaranteed. But when you listen to the dashcam footage from the front of their vehicle that picked up the voices of Andrew and Shaw as they turn onto this road, there is no nerves, there's no fear, there's no hesitation. They are calm as can be. This is what they have trained for. They were ready. And so Shaw, he's making his way up this winding road. It's totally pitch black. The trees are practically on top of the road. It's like a tunnel of trees. And so they're driving along this road, and then all of a sudden, up in the distance, you can see on the dash cam footage, you see headlights bombing toward them. They're way off in the distance, and then all of a sudden, that car, these headlights, they come flooring out right in front of them, and both cars come to a screeching stop. You can hear the screeching of the brakes on the dash cam footage. And so this car in front of them comes to a full stop, and Shaw, he stops, but then he moves up just a little bit closer before fully stopping the car. And so now the two cars are only maybe 10 or 15 feet apart. At this point, it's important to understand that the vehicle that Shaw and Andrew were in was an unmarked car, and they had intentionally not put on their blue lights as they're cruising up this road because they didn't want the suspects to see the blue lights in the distance and turn around and get away. And so now they've come face to face, and so Andrew and Shaw, they're looking at this vehicle, and they can see that one, it's a gray sedan, so it matches the description of the car they're looking for, and two, behind this gray sedan is what looks like a quad bike that they are towing. And so they know this is the car they were looking for. It's on Admore Lane. This is gonna be it. And so Shaw, he flips on the blue lights, and Andrew, who's in the passenger seat, he opens the door and begins yelling at the occupants to stay where they are. But they don't listen, because now the masked men in the gray car, they know they've been caught. There's police right in front of them. And so suddenly, one of the masked men in the back seat of this car, he leaps out of the vehicle and he runs around to the back of the gray car and he unhooks the quad bike, and then the gray car, without even waiting for this third masked man to get back inside, it just begins driving forward on the left side of Shaw and Andrew, basically trying to drive around them, despite the fact there's nowhere to drive. It's a ditch on either side of the road. But obviously, these guys are desperate and willing to do anything to get away. And so this gray car has driven down into this ditch before Andrew and Shaw could do anything, and then the third masked man, man, who's realizing he's being left behind, he starts running around the right side of the police car. So he's trying to go around the other way. And amazingly, as soon as the third masked man made it around to the back of the police car, the gray car somehow managed to pop out of the ditch and got back onto the road, and it starts driving away from Shaw and Andrew. And as they're driving away, the third masked man is just on the road running after them. And so Andrew, seeing an opportunity to potentially grab this third masked man that was out on foot, he jumps out of the police car, he turns and starts running down the road after the suspects. And so Shaw, he doesn't have enough space on this road to turn around and drive after them. And so all he could do was put the car into reverse and then look over his shoulder and start driving in reverse after them. And so as Shaw is driving backwards down this road, he can see out of his rear window Andrew, who is chasing the third masked man, who is chasing the gray car. And so we can see all this happening out his back window. And then something totally strange that just defied logic happened. The third masked man suddenly leaps as if he's trying to jump into the moving car. And at the same time, Andrew, who's closed the distance on him, kind of lunges for the third masked man. And then just as suddenly as these two maneuvers have happened, both men just vanish, and then the gray car just drives away and disappears. And so Shaw, he's watching this happening, and he has no idea what he's just witnessed. He's thinking, where did Andrew go? Where'd the third masked man go? What's happened? But he still can only drive in reverse, and so he's just driving and driving, and then finally he reaches a point in the road that's just wide enough that he's able to turn the car around, and as he's doing that, you hear over dispatch that someone is asking Shaw, what's going on? Where are you? And all Shaw is able to say is, my partner, Andrew, has gotten out of the vehicle and I lost him. I don't know where he is. And so after Shaw has turned the vehicle around, he begins driving, now facing the proper direction. And as he's driving down this creepy dark road, you don't see anything. It's eerily quiet. Andrew's nowhere to be found. The car is nowhere to be found. The third masked man, there's no one. And so Shaw is just driving down the road, hoping that as he makes one turn or the next, he's gonna see his partner just kind of running on the road somewhere, but he doesn't. But as he's driving along, what Shaw didn't realize was that there were things in the road that belonged to Andrew. They were kind of small, so he didn't see them, but the footage would later reveal that it was almost like there was this trail of Andrew's things kind of littered all over the road. There was his wallet, then there was his badge, then there was his license and other ID cards, and then there was his glove, and then there was this piece of plastic that looked like it belonged on Andrew's vest. And then a little farther down the road, because Shaw is still driving and scanning for his partner and scanning for anything, and there's just nothing. As he's driving along, he would, in real time, notice something of Andrew's, and it was Andrew's stab vest that he wore over his chest. And so he stops the vehicle and he gets out, and again, he's on this totally pitch black road where it's weirdly quiet, and he's walking up and he grabs the vest, he comes back into his vehicle and he puts it down inside of his car, and at this point, over the radio, people are asking Shaw, what's going on? Where are you? And you hear in Shaw's voice a bit of panic as he's like, I've found Andrew's stab vest. It was on the side of the road, and he can't make sense of that. He has no idea why it's there, and dispatch, they don't know what to make of that. And so Shaw just continued driving down this road, thinking to himself, what's happening here? Meanwhile, less than a mile away at the end of Admore Lane, where it joined up with A4, which is where Andrew and Shaw had originally come in, two other Thames Valley police cars had arrived at that intersection. They had gone there specifically to try to intercept this gray car as they fled. And so they're sitting at this intersection and they're looking up Admore Lane and they see headlights bombing towards them. It's the gray car, and the gray car comes speeding out onto A4. It makes a hard turn and it speeds away from these two police cars. And so one of these two police cars that were waiting out on the A4, one of them takes off following the gray car. But the other police car, they stay right there because unbelievably, they had just spotted Andrew. It would turn out when Shaw first put the BMW into reverse and he began going in reverse towards his partner who was chasing the third masked man who was chasing the gray car, when he was doing that and he was watching out his back window and he saw the third masked man jump and then disappear and then Andrew disappeared, that was not a figment of his imagination. That really happened. The third masked man had attempted to jump into the moving vehicle, and he had been successful. As for Andrew, why he suddenly vanished, the reason for that is truly horrific. The three masked men were 18-year-old Henry Long and 17-year-olds Albert Bowers and Jesse Cole. All three of them, prior to this night, had fairly extensive criminal records, and they proudly referred to themselves as career thieves, which basically just meant they spent all day and all night stealing from people. And so that night, they had gone out with the intention of stealing that man's quad bike. It's unclear how they knew he had a quad bike, but they definitely showed up prepared because they knew they would have to get onto his property and very quickly tow that bike out of there before the homeowner could stop them. And so they had attached this long, very thick rope to the back of their gray car. It was basically like this big loop of rope, almost like a lasso. And so when they pulled up onto that man's property, they backed up to the quad bike and they looped that stretch of rope over the handlebars of this quad bike. And then all three of them piled back into the gray car and they sped off with the quad bike in tow. But when they were on Admore Lane and came face to face with Andrew and Shaw and realized those are police officers and were caught, the third masked man, aka Jesse Cole, he hopped out of the gray car, he ran around to the back, and he unhooked the loop of rope from this quad bike, ditching the quad bike by the side of the road so that it would be easier for the gray car to make their getaway. And so once it was free, the gray car kind of took off without Jesse, and so Jesse ran around the cop car, but Jesse would get back up to the side of the gray car, and he would leap into the window, and as soon as he was inside, and Henry, who was driving, he knew he was inside, so they're all good, Henry hit the gas. And who was standing with both feet inside of that loop of rope dangling off the back of the gray car when the gray car suddenly accelerated? Andrew Harper. Andrew was swept off of his feet as the rope grabbed onto his legs, and so his head came back and smashed into the ground, and then he was dragged for 91 seconds at an average speed of 42.5 miles per hour down Admore Lane. It was only after he had been dragged for over a mile, whipping violently side to side, smashing not only into the ground, but into trees and fence posts and shrubs, just getting destroyed on this road, that finally, when they pulled off of Admore Lane and got onto A4, that turn swung Andrew around and he smashed into a curb that dislodged him from the rope and sent him careening into traffic. At that point, one of those two police cars took off after the gray car in pursuit. But the other car, they saw Andrew as he was thrown off the back of the gray car and launched onto A4. Now, initially, they actually thought that the suspects were just hauling a dead deer behind them because it looked like a bloody deer carcass was dangling behind the car. But when they ran up to see what it was, they saw it was their colleague. It was Andrew. And so immediately they tried to save his life. But Andrew's injuries were catastrophic. He had been destroyed. And so Andrew Harper would die at 11:45 p.m. on the side of the A4. About 20 minutes after he and his partner had so selflessly agreed to go after this car despite the fact they didn't have to. The three killers were arrested about 1 hour after Andrew had died. A police helicopter had spotted their car parked amongst some buildings about 4 miles away from where Andrew was found. During their trial, the three teens would say they had no idea that Andrew was attached to that tow rope as they sped down Admore Lane. This is despite the fact that the prosecution, they went out and recreated the exact scene that played out on Admore Lane. They used the same car, they used the same tow rope, and they used a very lifelike dummy that was the same size as Andrew Harper. It was 6'5", 200 pounds, and they strapped it on the back of the car, and they drove the same mile stretch to see what it would be like to drive with Andrew attached to the back. And these experts that went through this recreation over and over and over again, they said the same thing. It was nearly impossible to drive the car because as soon as the dummy would start to shift one way or the other, it would tug and pull on this little gray car. And so handling this car would have been a nightmare, not to mention the fact that the sound of Andrew grinding against the cement and smashing into trees and posts would have been extremely loud. And so the prosecution attested that there was absolutely no way that those 3 teens wouldn't have known that there was a person connected to the back of their car. Also, the prosecution said that all along Admore Lane, they found blood on both sides of the road, high up into bushes and on trees, indicating that as Henry had driven along with Andrew behind him, he must have been swerving violently side to side, most likely, at least according to the prosecution, to try to dislodge the person that was stuck on the back of his car. But the 3 teens never changed their story. They also never once said they regretted what they did. They showed absolutely no remorse. And when the verdict was read, and these 3 teens were not found guilty of murder. They were found guilty of manslaughter, but everybody knew that was significantly better because the sentences were so much shorter. When that verdict came back, these 3 teens were punching the air and cheering and laughing, just making a complete spectacle out of it. And then after being led out of the courthouse with the devastated family of Andrew Harper basically watching them, they were smirking and smiling at the cameras and waving and just treating the whole thing like it was one big joke. Still to this day, none of them have apologized or expressed any regret or remorse about what happened. In fact, 2 of the killers, Jesse and Albert, they've come out publicly and said they're going to write a book about this crime, about killing Andrew Harper, and there's no indication that this book is being written because they feel bad. It's almost certainly being written because it's an opportunity to make money. Following the verdict, Andrew's wife, Lissy, who was totally devastated not only by the loss of her husband, but also by what she viewed as total injustice with regards to the fact that these 3 killers had not been convicted of murder, she would go on to lobby for years to pass a brand new law called Harper's Law that would give an automatic life sentence to any criminal that killed an emergency worker while they were committing a crime, meaning this law would not differentiate between whether it was manslaughter or murder. If you killed an emergency worker while committing a crime, you're going to jail for life. And this year, Harper's Law was passed. However, it will have no effect on the sentences of Andrew Harper's killers. Henry would be sentenced to 16 years in prison, and the other 2, Albert and Jesse, would be sentenced to 13 years in prison each. All 3 of them will be eligible for parole by the time they are 28 years old, which is the same age that Andrew was when they killed him. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please remove the prong from all of the like button's belts. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. We now have a podcast just called Mr. Ballin Podcast that...
Okay. All right, so Harper's Law is actually something... Wow. And I just... Wow. What the hell is wrong? They should have been convicted of murder because that it was impossible to drive that car. A nightmare. A total, absolute horror. He knew that police officer was behind. Just... Honey, where's the bat? Honey, we gotta, you know what, I'm gonna call David. I'm gonna call David. Ay. Okay, let's see how this backfired or somebody. I can't leave it at that video. Oh my god, it's so angry. Let's see how this goes.
Today's story is about one of the world's dumbest criminals. So dumb, in fact, that this story really won't make sense until the end when I explain what was really going on the whole time. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button has a cold, please give them some Afrin decongestant spray and assure them it's perfectly safe to use it for more than 3 days in a row. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. At around 9 p.m. on Saturday, October 15th, 1988, a 33-year-old woman named Cheryl Petrie grabbed a candy bar off the rack inside of PJ's Market. PJ's Market was a little convenience store in the city of Port Orchard, Washington, and it was where Cheryl worked. She was the cashier. And without ringing this candy bar up, Cheryl simply handed it across the counter to a female college student who had just come into the store to talk to Cheryl. This student had temporarily moved right next door to PJ's Market, and the student, after coming into the market and meeting Cheryl, they had immediately taken a liking to her, and so it became kind of like her routine to come into the market basically every night and just sit down and chat with Cheryl, sometimes for hours. The student would talk about their day at school, they'd talk about their personal life, they'd tell Cheryl all of their problems and secrets. I mean, Cheryl really became this student's confidant. And believe it or not, this was an effect that Cheryl had on lots of people. Cheryl was incredibly kind, she was empathetic, she was a great listener, she never acted like she was judging you, and she never gossiped about people. And also Cheryl had a very disarming sense of humor. It was very goofy, she was always cracking up at jokes that she had made, and so people just felt at ease around Cheryl. And they typically left interactions with her in a good mood. And on this night, when the student had come into the market, they had told Cheryl that they actually had found an apartment in Port Orchard that they were going to be moving to, so they were going to be leaving PJ's where they were now. But the student had said that they really had no money, and so it was going to be a challenge to furnish this apartment. Heck, it was going to be a challenge just to buy groceries for this apartment. And when Cheryl heard this, she first congratulated the student, but then also said, well, hey, I'll give you some of my own furniture because I don't need it all, and that will help you furnish the apartment. And then also Cheryl had grabbed that chocolate bar off the rack and given it to the student for free as a sort of like, you know, here's your first grocery as well. The student was totally floored by Cheryl's generosity and tried to tell her, you know, keep your furniture and you can keep this chocolate or I'll pay for it. But Cheryl insisted. She was like, nope, tomorrow I will bring you furniture and please take this candy bar. And so the student finally relented and thanked Cheryl profusely. And really, this behavior was so typical of Cheryl. She was a single mom raising a 9-year-old girl and a baby boy, and so she worked 2 jobs to make ends meet. On the weekends, she worked at PJ's Market, and then during the week, she worked at a Ford car dealership. But despite being totally swamped basically all the time providing for her family, any spare time Cheryl had, she tried to give it to other people. Whether that was helping a coworker with their resume or baking some goodies for a sick friend at church, Cheryl was all about helping other people. The area of Port Orchard where Cheryl lived was only about an hour away from the big city of Seattle, but to Cheryl, this part of Port Orchard felt much farther away than that. She lived in this tiny little blue single-story house that was tucked away in the woods, surrounded by all these tall trees. The road to her house was very rural and winding, and so where she lived felt very isolated. It was a beautiful area, no doubt, but it was also kind of a bad neighborhood. In fact, a man had been shot and killed not far from Cheryl's house just a year earlier. But this home was all she could afford. Basically, Cheryl was poor and had almost nothing of her own. But whatever she did have, she was far more likely to give away than keep for herself. Eventually, Cheryl would tell the college student that she really needed to get back to the other customers and kind of do her job and not just sit here and chat this whole time. And so the student said, you know, thank you again for the candy and for the offer of the free furniture. And then the student left the store, at which point Cheryl reached into her pocket and grabbed some change and dumped it in the register to pay for the candy bar. Even though Cheryl knew she very likely could have gotten away with simply giving out the candy and not paying for it, Cheryl was unfailingly honest, and so she knew she wanted to pay for the candy. Cheryl would man the register until 11 p.m. that night, chatting with many more regulars who came in and out, and then at 11 p.m., Cheryl locked the front door, and then she checked the register to make sure it was all balanced and all the cash was in there, and then by 11:15, she was calling her boss to report that her shift had gone fine and that she was taking off for the night. After Cheryl had left and locked the store behind her, she made her way out to her beat-up silver sedan car that was parked outside, and then she began the drive back home, knowing that she'd be right back to PJ's the very next morning, right when it opened at 7 a.m. At the same time that Cheryl was wrapping up for the night and making her way home, her ex-husband, Roland Pitre, who lived on the other side of town, was very excited. This was the night that Roland was going to win back Cheryl. Roland glanced at his watch and saw it was just past 11 p.m., and so it was almost time. He imagined how happy Cheryl would be when he unveiled his big surprise. She would run to him and he would hold her and tell her how much he loved her and how he had always loved her. Roland hadn't yet figured out how he was going to explain his big plan to win back his ex to his current girlfriend, but he figured he would just work that out later. The most important thing for Roland right now was showing Cheryl how wrong and stupid he had been and how much he needed her and how much she needed him. Also, he knew their kids would be totally thrilled if they got back together. Roland was looking after their son and daughter that weekend, and he had seen firsthand that his daughter was clearly very upset about the fact that her parents were split up. Roland and Cheryl had a very complicated history, but Roland knew, really, their breakup was his fault. They had met about 12 years earlier when Roland had been on leave from the military. At the time, Roland was a Marine sergeant, and he was also a very accomplished judo instructor. He was handsome and charismatic, and he had a charming Creole accent because he had grown up in a Cajun French family near New Orleans. But despite how appealing Roland looked, he actually was kind of a terrible romantic partner. Every woman he had ever been with, he had cheated on and then made up elaborate lies to cover it up. But regardless, Cheryl had fallen head over heels in love with Roland. And part of the reason that happened was because Cheryl was actually pretty insecure. She had long auburn hair and beautiful blue eyes and this amazing personality. But to Cheryl, she felt like she was kind of plain looking, and she also felt like she was kind of chubby, and she got the sense that men kind of did not find her all that attractive. And when she met Roland, she saw right away that the other women he had been with were these overtly glamorous and beautiful women. And so when she noticed Roland taking an interest in her, I mean, it was incredible. She felt so lucky. And so Roland and Cheryl had gotten married, they'd had their daughter together, and then basically right away, Roland had begun cheating on Cheryl. They ended up getting divorced 8 years earlier in 1980, and it was right around this point that Roland really just totally blew his life up. The woman Roland was cheating on Cheryl with was also married, and so Roland came up with this plot to murder this woman's husband. And the husband would get murdered, but when Roland was on trial, the prosecutors couldn't really untangle what his actual role was in the murder. It was not clear if he really was the guy who did the killing, or if he simply had kind of come up with the idea and other people had done it. And so ultimately, Roland was found guilty for his role in this murder, but he was only sentenced to 6 years in prison. And strangely enough, it was actually during this time that Roland was in jail that he and Cheryl kind of came back to each other. While Roland was behind bars, he had this epiphany that Cheryl was the best thing that ever happened to him, and he totally screwed it up. And so he began writing her letters, telling her how much he loved her and how sorry he was for being unfaithful. And also he began explaining that, the charges he was found guilty of in connection to this murder were totally not true, that he had been screwed. And Cheryl had eventually begun writing back to Roland, telling him that she still loved him too. And they actually would get remarried while Roland was in prison. And then when he got out of prison, he moved in with Cheryl and their daughter in Port Orchard, and they would have another baby together, their son, and then also Roland enrolled in nursing school. And so for a time, this family was back together and everything was great. But eventually, Roland went back to his old ways and began cheating on Cheryl again, and before long the couple had separated again and began living separately. And so fast forward back to the night of October 15th, 1988, and Roland is anxiously waiting to begin this big plan to win Cheryl back, and he glances at his watch and he sees it's now 11:30 p.m., which means it's go time. And so Roland, he stands up really quickly and begins walking towards the front door of his house when suddenly he feels so lightheaded that he actually falls back on the couch and passes out cold. Roland had serious blood pressure issues, and sometimes if he stood up too quickly, it would make him feel really dizzy and he would faint. And so that's what happened. And then at some point after he fainted, Roland kind of came to, but he was in such a fog mentally that instead of, going out and doing this big plan to win Cheryl back, he just kind of wandered his way upstairs and climbed in bed with his girlfriend and fell asleep for the rest of the night. Cheryl was due back at PJ's Market the next morning at 7 a.m. She was going to open the store and also drop off that furniture with the college student. But when the first customers, including that college student, arrived at PJ's Market, they saw the door was locked and the lights were off inside. Now, all of these customers knew Cheryl really well, and they really liked her, and they knew she should have been there by that point. This was totally uncharacteristic of Cheryl to not be there on time, and so it wasn't long before these patrons began calling Cheryl at her home. But Cheryl never picked up. However, remember, this is 1988, so people didn't have cell phones, they used landlines, and so it was totally normal to periodically call someone and not have them pick up. It just meant they weren't home. Now, at first, people in Port Orchard just kind of assumed that, there must be a rational explanation for why Cheryl is not at work. Maybe there was a family emergency, maybe her car didn't start, but there had to be some sort of reasonable reason for her absence. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. In 2017, when I left the military, my life came crashing down really quickly. The military had provided a lot of structure in my life, and so when I left, I lost all that structure, and it made me feel totally lost. But instead of trying to implement new structure and new routines into my civilian life, I just kind of went into a shell. I didn't leave my house much, I was mad all the time, I began lashing out at my family and friends. I was miserable. Eventually, my family and friends had a sort of intervention for me, and they encouraged me to see a therapist, and I would eventually agree to go, and thank goodness I did, because it totally changed my life. My therapist was able to explain to me that the reason I was acting the way I was and feeling the way that I was feeling was because I was depressed. And amazingly, it really took my therapist telling me that for me to actually see it. And then once I could see the issue, I was able to deal with it. Look, therapy is not for everyone, but it is a great starting point for people who feel lost and don't really know what to do. And if that's you, consider giving BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your own home. Get matched with a BetterHelp therapist after filling out a brief survey, then you can talk to your therapist however you feel comfortable, whether it's via text, chat, video call, phone call, or some combination. You can also switch therapists at any time for no additional cost. Go to our sponsor, BetterHelp.com/MrBallin for 10% off your first month of therapy with BetterHelp and get matched with a therapist who will listen and help. That night, Cheryl didn't show up at Roland and his girlfriend's house to collect her daughter and son. Now, Roland didn't know that Cheryl had missed work all day that day, and so he assumed Cheryl must just be running late. But by 6:30 p.m. that night, when still Cheryl had not arrived and she hadn't called, Roland finally called Cheryl, but she didn't answer, and so Roland just left Cheryl this very upbeat message on her answering machine and then waited for her to call back. But despite how cheerful this message was that Roland left, it kind of betrayed the way he actually felt. Roland was not happy. That morning, when he had woken up and realized he had slept through the night and not done the big plan to win Cheryl back, he felt so stupid. He had this chance to win her back, and he blew it. But over the next couple of hours, when Cheryl did not return Roland's call, he went from being solely worried about, how he blew this opportunity to win his ex-wife back, to now just being concerned about his ex-wife. Where is she? What's going on? And so late that night, Roland would actually call the police and report Cheryl missing. A deputy came out to Roland's house to take down this report, and then Roland actually gave the deputy a spare key to Cheryl's place, and then this deputy went to Cheryl's house. It was totally quiet. He knocked. There was no answer. He let himself inside using this spare key, and he found the home was totally in order. There was no sign of any disturbance whatsoever. The deputy eventually walked over to Cheryl's answering machine, and he saw there was a blinking light, which meant there were messages that had not been played yet. And so he hit play, and the first message was from Cheryl's daughter, who was calling to say goodnight and I love you. And then there were several messages from customers from PJ's Market that were calling to ask, why Cheryl was not at work and was she okay. There was a message from Cheryl's boss also asking, what's going on? Why aren't you at work? And then there was that message from Roland, who had called when she had not come to pick up the kids. And then the last message on the machine played, and when the deputy heard it, he knew something was terribly wrong. The last message was from a stranger who was calling Cheryl to be like, hey, I found your purse floating in Lake Union, which is near Seattle. And the stranger was like, I don't know if your purse was stolen and dumped here, or if you were here and you left it in the water or something, but I'd love to give the purse back to you. And the stranger left a phone number for Cheryl to call so she could come and pick up her purse. Lake Union was only about an hour away from Port Orchard, where Cheryl lived, but there was just no real reason she would ever be around Lake Union. She never went on trips. She didn't have the time or money to, even for short ones, like going to Lake Union an hour away. And then also, Cheryl's entire life was in Port Orchard, and her life was her kids, her jobs, and the church. And so there was just no logical explanation for why Cheryl's purse would be in Lake Union. But regardless, detectives from Port Orchard, along with police from Seattle, linked up and went out to Lake Union and began looking for Cheryl's car, because maybe she did go out here, maybe she did lose her purse in the water, and maybe she's still here. But Lake Union is a very busy place with lots of people and businesses living right along the water's edge, and even more people living right on the water in houseboats. And so there were literally thousands and thousands of cars all over Lake Union, so trying to find Cheryl's nondescript silver sedan took some time. But on the night of October 19th, so 3 days after Cheryl had failed to show up at PJ's Market for that 7 a.m. opening, police would find her car near Lake Union. And at first, it seemed like, Cheryl must have just driven here and abandoned the car for some reason, because there was no sign of a struggle inside or outside of the car. There was nothing strange about this car. It was just parked in a lot. But when authorities went around to the back of the car and used a screwdriver to pop open the trunk, they realized right away that that could not have been what happened, because Cheryl was in the trunk, and she was deceased and very clearly had been beaten to death. The investigation into Cheryl's murder would take more than a decade. The police started with Roland because 1, he was Cheryl's ex-husband, and 2, because Roland had previously been convicted for his role in a murder, even though the details of exactly what he did were never really clear. But Roland had an alibi that was airtight. He had witnesses that could confirm he was nowhere near Lake Union or Cheryl on the night that she was killed. And Roland was very cooperative with police after finding out what happened to his ex-wife. He was really bent out of shape. And so Roland very quickly signed paperwork to allow detectives to come into his home and search it and search all of his things. And he also began regularly contacting the police to offer up any information he could think of that could be useful, including an odd story he told about this young man that was following Cheryl around in the few days before she died. He didn't know much about it, but he knew there was something odd happening with this young man. Now, Roland didn't really have much more information than this suggestion that somebody was following her around, and so police were never really able to fully follow up on that lead. But police did interview virtually everybody in Cheryl's life, from her friends to her family to her co-workers at the Ford dealership and PJ's Market. They talked to people at church who knew her, and nobody really popped up as being very suspicious. Basically, everyone said, look, Cheryl was this incredible person who everybody seemed to love. It makes no sense that somebody would want to harm her. But a year after Cheryl's death, the police would get their first big break in this case. A newspaper journalist contacted the police to let them know that this random young man had contacted him and confessed to killing Cheryl and then hung up without giving his name or his location or how to get in touch with him again. It was almost like this person had called just to get this huge secret off their chest somewhat anonymously. The police convinced the journalist to actually write a story about this strange call he got to see if maybe they could flush out this young man who had just confessed. And when this article ran in the newspaper, one of Cheryl's old co-workers from the car dealership called the police to be like, hey, there was this young man who worked at this dealership with us and with Cheryl who was totally creepy and definitely had a thing for Cheryl. The co-worker said this guy's name was Albie Brotsweller and that he worked in the garage and he was known as a kind of odd guy with a short temper who totally creeped out all the women who worked at the dealership. And this co-worker would tell police that before Cheryl died, she had been working with Albie on his resume. And while they had been working together, Albie had developed this weird fixation on Cheryl. And when police began looking into Albie, they discovered he had quit his job at the dealership a day before Cheryl went missing, and then a couple of days after he had quit, so by this point Cheryl has been found murdered, one of Cheryl's colleagues said they saw Albie, and he had this really deep cut on his hand that he kept wrapped in a big bandage. Detectives would also discover that Albie's father lived right near PJ's Market, and Albie's mother lived right near the area where Cheryl's car had been found, out near Lake Union. And so suddenly, Roland's previously odd-seeming story about some random young man following Cheryl around before she was murdered made a lot of sense. It seemed like Albie was this strange young man Roland was talking about. When detectives tracked Albie down, he was sullen and totally uncooperative. But eventually the police got him to talk, and he would tell them that he had cut his hand fishing. And so police rounded up all these people Albie said he had been fishing with when he cut his hand, and in separate interviews, all of those people confirmed that Albie was telling the truth. And also police knew that even though circumstantially Albie looked really suspicious, there was not a single shred of actual evidence that tied him to Cheryl's death. And so pretty quickly, Albie was let go, and the police at that point kind of hit a dead end in this case. And in fact, the case went totally cold at this point. And then, one day in 2002, so 14 years after Cheryl was murdered, a man in prison got word out to police that he actually knew exactly who killed Cheryl. He said the murderer's name was Frederick J. McKee, and that he was currently incarcerated for cooking meth. Now, we don't know exactly how this inmate knew Frederick was the killer, but this inmate who called police was cellmates with Frederick McKee, and so very likely he overheard Frederick say something incriminating, and so this inmate called the police. And so police got a DNA sample from McKee, and they compared his sample to the skin cells that were found on the duct tape that had been used to bind Cheryl's hands when she was killed, and unbelievably, it was a match. Frederick was the killer. But as police dug deeper, they quickly realized that, Frederick's heinous actions of actually killing Cheryl was not the worst part of the story. The story of what really happened to Cheryl Petre was so insanely nonsensical that right away newspapers all over the country began to cover it. It was converted into a true crime documentary, and even a famous author wrote a book about it. I mean, this story really was just totally sensational. First, I'm going to give you the facts of what happened to Cheryl, and then I'm going to give you the absurd and tragic explanation for why these things happened to Cheryl. Late on the night of October 15th, 1988, so the night that Cheryl disappeared, the meth cook, Frederick J. McKee, ambushed Cheryl as she came home from PJ's Market. We don't know exactly where the ambush happened, but we think it happened right outside of Cheryl's home. And after he ambushed her, he forced her into her own trunk, he bound her hands, and then began savagely beating her. Now, based on her injuries, Cheryl obviously put up a big fight, kicking and punching and trying her best to get out of the trunk, but eventually Frederick had taken the actual metal of the trunk and began slamming it down on Cheryl's face, and that allowed him to overpower her and eventually beat her to death. And then after she was dead, he shut the trunk with Cheryl inside of her car, and then he drove her car all the way out to Lake Union, and then he abandoned the car with Cheryl still inside of it and chucked her purse into the water. But this terrible night was not supposed to go this way. Here's what was going on in the background. At the same time that Cheryl was closing up shop at PJ's Market and beginning her trip back home, her ex-husband, Roland, on the other side of town, was sitting in his house anxiously checking his watch, waiting for the right time to launch this big plan that was going to win Cheryl back. Roland's big plan was that he was going to save Cheryl's life. He had hired his buddy, Frederick J. McKee, the meth cook, who he had met in prison, and he had given Frederick a spare key to Cheryl's house. McKee was instructed by Roland to sneak into Cheryl's place before 11 p.m., so before she came home from work, and then when she got home, McKee was supposed to jump out and ambush her and tie her up and abduct her. Roland had actually gone with McKee to a hardware store to purchase the rope and duct tape that McKee would use to tie Cheryl up. But when McKee actually got to the point in the plan where he was physically removing Cheryl from her home to go take her who knows where, that was when Roland was going to jump in and save the day. And Roland had really thought about how this moment was going to go. He was going to kick the front door in and jump inside and scream at McKee, "You can't do this!" and then attack him with his judo skills until McKee ran off scared, at which point Roland would cut Cheryl free and she would grab onto him and say, "Oh my goodness, you saved me, I love you, I need you." And then after this, Roland believed they would get back together and they would live happily ever after. However, on the night of October 15th at 11:30, when Roland looked at his watch and saw it was time to go save his ex-wife, he stood up so quickly from the couch because he was so excited to go do this thing that he had one of his low blood pressure episodes and he fainted. And then when he came to a little while later, instead of going out the door to really at this point stopping this abduction from happening, Roland just kind of trudged upstairs and went to sleep. And this was a really big problem because Frederick J. McKee, the meth cook, he was hired to actually abduct Cheryl. He was not aware that this was actually a setup for Roland to come in and save the day. McKee literally believed Roland wanted him to abduct his wife. And he didn't ask any questions. He just said, "Okay, I'll do that." And then when Roland didn't show up, Frederick went through with the actual abduction of Cheryl. And during this abduction, things got out of hand and Frederick wound up beating Cheryl to death. Both Roland and McKee would be convicted for the murder of Cheryl Petrie. And by the time the cops had finally solved this cold case, Roland was actually already in prison for attempting to kidnap the son of another ex-wife in an effort to impress this ex-wife. It had not worked. Roland was ultimately sentenced to 40 years in prison, which was on top of the 25 years he was already serving, and McKee would get 20 years. Once the news headlines fade about whatever terrible thing happened to them, the victims of violent crime and their families are often left to pick up the pieces of their shattered lives all on their own. This is why we started the Mr. Ballin Foundation. It is a registered 501c3 charity whose sole purpose is to help these forgotten people. However, we can't do it alone. Since last year, with your help, we were able to raise and give away to victims of violent crime and their families over $500,000. And this year alone, our studio, Ballin Studios, is going to donate $1 million. And to be clear, the Mr. Ballin Foundation does not make a profit. Zero. Meaning 100% of your donations to the foundation go to the cause. Not to overhead, not to salaries, nothing. It's just the cause. So if you're looking for a highly transparent, very active charity that is just trying to do the thing we say we do to support victims of violent crime and their families, then look no further than the Mr. Ballin Foundation. To make a donation, simply go to mrballin.foundation and click on Donate. Again, that's mrballin.foundation and click Donate. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's story,
Man. Oh my god, the man just... Wow. He made this elaborate plan to win his ex-wife back and impress his other ex-wives, and he just fucks it up. How dare- Some people. Alright guys, that is gonna do it for today. I've been on long enough and I would like to get some rest. So let's go ahead and copy the raid message. And if you are subscribed, please do spam the raid emote at your leisure. Now let's see who is live and who we are going to raid. Let's raid Avenito. He's currently playing Elden Ring. Thank you so much for joining me here today, everyone. I really do appreciate it. As always, please do take care of yourself, meaning eat, hydrate, and rest. These are very important. Please do try and maintain them. If you have the opportunity and the energy, try and help out each other. But most importantly, do remember you are beautiful creatures. Now, I will send you off to cause mayhem, chaos, and destruction in Avenita's chat, as per usual. That make chaos, mayhem, and destruction. Okay, so I will be back for Bloody Freaking Friday. We'll have some fun, we'll do some shenanigans, and I will try my very best to be up for 4 games. Alright,